نعم نعم. لا لا.
Hello, I hope everybody got his boost of caffeine for the day. Yes? Okay. Well, welcome to the third day, the third and the final day of Dubai International Food Safety Conference on its 17th year. Today's lectures are going to focus on, we'll have several focus lectures. Our first lecture is titled WHO Global Strategy for Food Safety 2022 to 2030 towards stronger food safety systems and global cooperation, will be presented by Dr. Fadi Natour. To start with, the World Health Organization Global Strategy for Food Safety has identified 5 interlinked and mutually reinforcing strategic priorities with respective strategic objectives. Using the identified 5 strategic priorities and respective strategic objectives, the strategy aimed to build proactive, forward-looking, evidence-based, people-centered, and cost-effective food safety systems with coordinated governance. So this session will highlight the objectives of the strategy, the KPIs, and how we can achieve the goals collectively. Like I said, this session will be presented by Dr. Fadi Natour. He's a risk management expert at Abu Dhabi Agriculture and Food Safety Authority. He's a member of the WHO Foodborne Disease Burden Epidemiology Reference Group and a member of WHO Technical Advisory Group on the food safety, safer food for better health, with over 20 years of experience in different areas of food safety and animal health sector. As a risk management expert, he developed the integrated risk management framework using one of health approach, including development of early warning systems, rapid alert system, risk register, crisis management plans, legislations, and risk-based inspection systems throughout the food chain. He's experienced with Codex Alimentarius standards and technical regulation development. Please welcome with me Dr. Fadi Natour.
Thank you, Hisham. Ladies and gents, thank you for joining us today. Before my start, I would like to thank Dubai Municipality for giving us this opportunity to present and advocate the WHO Global Strategy for Food Safety. In fact, I am here as a member of the WHO Technical Advisory Group on Food Safety to advocate the global strategy for WHO for food safety.
Thank you, Dr. Fadi, for this very informative session about the World Health Organization strategies, plans towards a better and stronger global food safety and health systems. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to post them on Hoover app. And please make sure to check the questions and answers for more information. Our next session is about the interventions to mitigate antimicrobial resistance, a global perspective presented by Professor Andres Dalsgaard. As you all know, one of the most daunting challenges to public health, food safety, and food security is antimicrobial resistance, AMR. The use of antibiotics in food-producing animals account for most of the global antibiotic consumption and is expected to increase globally. In this session, Dr. Dalsgaard will provide more insights about the AMR issue and share examples of interventions to mitigate AMR in the food chains, especially in low and middle income countries where AMR burden is the highest. Dr. Dalsgaard is from the International Center for Antimicrobial Solutions. He's a trained veterinarian and professor in veterinary public health at the Faculty of Health and Medical Science at the University of Copenhagen, Denmark. Is also a senior scientific consultant for the International Center for Antimicrobial Resistance Solutions, ICARS. Please welcome Dr. Dalsgaard.
Can you show me the point? So I just press. Yeah. Thank you very much. I want to thank the Dubai municipality and also the conference organizers for enabling me to come here. It's been a great pleasure, and also I had the chance to spend a little bit of time at the COP, which was a great experience as well. Now, my talk, just need
Thank you, Professor Dasgard, for this very important topic. And he helped putting a magnifying glass on a picture that is already big and huge, the AMR problem and its effect on the global health, the global food supply chain as well. We have some questions, but it's in the HOVA app, so make sure to post your questions and take a look at the Q&A section. Our next session is about chemical and thermal intervention against salmonella in poultry. As you can see, all these sessions are interconnected together. Salmonella is one of the most deadliest bacteria in the world. Millions of people get sick and get hospitalized or even dead after consuming salmonella-contaminated food. In this session, which is going to be presented by Byron Chavez, we will discuss the chemical and thermal interventions against salmonella, especially in poultry. Professor Byron Chavez is assistant professor and food safety extension specialist at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. His research focus on validating products and product and process parameters to determine the efficiency of antimicrobial interventions for meat and poultry products, and characterizing bacterial growth and inactivation parameters, as well as viral persistence in food and food contact surfaces. So without further ado, please welcome Professor Chavez.
Okay, well, good morning, everybody. Thanks for the invitation to be here. I've really had a phenomenal time in Dubai so far, and this is my first time. Certainly hope that it's not the last time. Okay, so before I start with the talk and tell you a little bit about thermal and chemical interventions against salmonella in poultry, I want you to pull out your phones, because if this presentation works and there's no technical difficulties, you will be participating in this presentation, at least at the beginning. So you're gonna be on your phones anyway, so let's use it for some educational purposes, okay? So we'll get to that.
Thank you, Professor Chavez for this very, very informative session that helped us know the magnitude of the problem. Of course, like I said earlier, Salmonella is one of the most deadliest bacteria. And of course, poultry is one of the most favorite dishes we eat on a daily basis. And thank you for taking us through a virtual tour to his lab and the continuous work on assessing and mitigating the risks of Salmonella in poultry. We have short period of time for questions. Maybe we can take a couple of questions if possible. Do we have a mic? Do I have a mic? Microphone?
And if not, I'll be around. Andy, I see your hand. But if not, I'll be around the rest of the afternoon if you guys want to approach me.
Yeah, the gentleman here, even before I went to the stage, he was raising his hand. So we'll take a couple of questions. Okay.
Hi, Byron. Thank you for the talk. Really interesting. I'll dodge PRTs and chemical interventions for now. We can discuss that offline. But I wanted to ask about, you talked about thermal interventions. So personally, I'm a big air fryer advocate, but it's quite a different method of cooking, and the appearance of food cooked in an air fryer, particularly poultry, can look different to how it would look in an oven internally. It retains a lot of moisture, in my experience, compared to...
Sorry, and I'm having a hard time listening to what you're saying.
I'm a big air fryer advocate. I do a lot of air frying at home, and I've noticed in doing that, the appearance of poultry, particularly cooked in an air fryer, can look quite different to something baked in an oven or by different means. It can retain more moisture. And I've known from speaking to people that they are concerned about undercooking food in an air fryer. And my solution is that, well, get yourself a thermometer. And you mentioned that. But then we have this issue of people don't feel confident in using a thermometer. So it was just a sort of comment, really, and a question about how do we increase better practice and educate people on, like for me as a scientist and you as a scientist, using a meat thermometer is simple, right? Stick it in, probe the middle, get the temperature.
Yeah.
How do we increase that awareness and education?
Yeah, so the question is, how can we maybe change that behavior, right? Where we know that measuring temperature using a calibrated food thermometer would be the best choice, right? I'm not a social scientist and I don't do, I'm not a risk communicator, but I do know that demonstration matters, right? And so when you tell people how to effectively use a food thermometer, that will help. Where you show people that what undercooked product looks like, right? And what adequately cooked product looks like, and to make that differentiation. And in chicken, it's kind of hard, right? Because, the color doesn't help. In beef, of course, we can tell that there's a difference in color when the product is cooked or undercooked. But I would say that demonstrations really matter, right? And so we work, for example, in the US, extension and outreach is a big deal, where we actually go to communities and work directly with people. We work with demonstrations for consumers. We do commercial kitchens, community kitchens, things like that. So I think that it really starts even maybe with the food inspector, right? The food inspector, that it's the person that goes straight to that facility, to that retail establishment or food service, could be doing some of that educational kind of interventions, right? Where they show, these are the thermometers, this is how you use it, this is how you keep a record of the temperature. So I would say that, there's just so many factors, right? Now, something that you mentioned that it's not related to your question was with air fryer. Now, remember, when we deep fried something, you said there's a better retention of moisture. When we deep fry something, if we want to do thermal lethality assessments of those, we also need to keep in mind that there is a balance of mass, right, of the oil and the water, and all of those things have an effect on microbial inactivation. So then things can get fairly complicated as you try to validate interventions that are used domestically or in food service. Yeah, but we can talk more, Andy. Okay, I think that's all the time that I have. Again, thank you so much, and please feel free to reach out to me whenever.
Please, Professor.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
Thank you, Professor, for the valuable information we learned from you today. I have a question. Is there any chemical interventions that can be used in the scalding water in poultry processing plants to eliminate or reduce the presence of Salmonella and Campylobacter? Thank you.
Okay. What kind of water?
Scalding water.
Scalding water. Okay. Yeah. So again, I would say that um, those things need to be validated, right? So what temperature effectively inactivates microbes in the food industry, right? So we typically say if you're going to do hot or boiling water, it has to be at least at 82.2 degrees, right, Celsius. And so typically people in industry will use that hot scalding water to immerse small utensils, right? So if you're working with a knife or something like that, and that effectively inactivates. We know that hot water, it's very effective at inactivating microbial surface contamination, but also hot water, it's very expensive, right? So if you want to use hot water as an intervention, it is expensive to heat up water. If you want to generate steam, it is very expensive to generate steam, right? And so that's why chemical interventions and other sanitary practices exist. But yes, is that effective? It is for sure effective, but you also have to keep in mind sensory changes, right? Is the surface of the product going to look cooked? Is the consumer going to reject a product that looks cooked, right? Once it's on display. So those things need to be considered. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you all our speakers for today, for this very interesting, very informative sessions. And again, if you have any questions, please post them on HOVA app. Thank you.
Welcome back, folks. Our next speaker is Gabor Molnar from the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, and he will be talking about the Innovation Hub for Agribusiness Transformation. Gabor is the food safety technical lead in UNIDO and implements food safety capacity building projects as an industry development expert. Gabor needs no further introduction to the audience because he's been on stage a couple of times in this week. And he's also a digitalization and data expert. And it's good to have a good conversation from both agribusiness sector and food safety, connecting the whole ecosystem of food safety. Without further ado, welcoming Gabor onto stage. Thank you.
The pointer is there. Good morning, Sabah al-Khair. I hope you had a pleasant coffee break. I would like to start my speech with a short anecdote. In 2021, the World Economic Forum, together with the Vietnamese government, embarked on a new journey and started to develop the concept of food innovation hub in Vietnam. And the Prime Minister of Vietnam, during the UN Food System Summit, announced that they would like to become the first food innovation hub in Southeast Asia. During these days of the Food System Summit, UNIDO was very active, and afterwards we were approached by the Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development to help to develop this concept. Of course, UNIDO has been involved in agro-industrialization. For the past decade, we developed centers of excellence in Vietnam, and as part of this work, we realized that we have to start to connect the different type of services which UNIDO is working on in different countries. So we came up with the idea of Innovation Hub for Agribusiness Transformation. In December 2021, UNIDO has elected a new Director General Gerd Müller, who was formerly the Minister of International Development in Germany, and he set for the organization. About foodborne illness as well as food security, but we also know that there are some malpractices when it comes to agricultural subsidies. We know that this is not a fair competition among smallholder farmers especially. At the same time, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, has indicated that in 2022, about 735 million people faced hunger. We also know, and it was mentioned a couple of times, that 1/3 of the greenhouse gas emission is most probably coming from agricultural production. At the same time, we also have to face with food waste and so, in order to address all these different points, we came up with this programmatic approach, which we call Innovation Hub for Agribusiness Transformation, or IHAT. And what we're trying to do is in developing countries. So agro-industrialization can reach its potential, and we can truly speak about food systems transformation. When talking about food systems transformation, we are also addressing a number of SDGs. At the same time, this innovation hub is also aiming at addressing multiple SDGs. UNIDO is a custodian of SDG 9, inclusive and sustainable industrialization. But in a time where we are facing with food insecurity, we have to address also SDG 2. We have to eliminate poverty, create local partnerships, and accelerate economic growth. And this is what this concept is aiming to do that. As I mentioned before, we established around 100 centers of excellence globally, some of them in cleaner production, others value chain or agribusiness specific. In addition to this, we are also, as an industrialization organization, working on renewable energy and the promotion of new technologies in developing countries, and having investment and technology promotion offices in different places in the world. Just very briefly, because it will be essential later in my presentation, what is an investment and technology promotion office? We have one in Germany, in China, Nigeria, also allowing that those best practices, those technologies can be introduced to developing countries. We can create new type of partnerships which allows penetration of technology to a new market. But before that, we have to think about 3 pillars for this approach, for the approach of EHAT. We have to talk about local coordination and partnership. As I mentioned, there are a lot of projects in a country, but who is going to gather those stakeholders? How can we identify the actual needs and demand of agribusinesses? We have to talk about innovation. Research and development is taking place, and substantial funds are being allocated for R&D. But when it comes to academia and private sector, there is a linkage missing. So there is a very strong connection between innovation and partnership. And this approach also would like to bridge this gap between the stakeholders. And finally, during the COP, as well as in Vienna, we had the International Vienna Energy and Climate Forum, and a revolving topic was finance, investment. We know that the financing is there, but it doesn't reach those who are actually most in need. So how we can have financing solutions, innovative financing solutions for agribusinesses, for food business operators. Sometimes we are talking about millions of dollars, but for an agribusiness, they just need $5,000 to $10,000, a microcredit perhaps from a local bank, in order to upgrade their infrastructure, purchase a technology which would be required for value addition. And through this value addition, we can improve the socioeconomic conditions of these people and their livelihood. So around these innovation support services, because I was talking a lot about this, what are we covering? And again, we are talking about tertiary sectors. So we try to create those new centers of excellence. And very often saying centers of excellence, but if you look it up, there is not even a standard on centers of excellence. So it's more of a marketing approach, but not essentially a quality statement globally. So these innovation support services can, of course, include food safety, has to include food safety. As an example, we worked in Sri Lanka, and the industry required certification services. So we had the industry to establish their own certification body, this way reducing the costs of certification, food safety certification. But in addition to this, they require greener technologies for food processing. And this is where our ITP offices are coming in. And we can actually identify those technological solutions which are required for the private sector. We need to talk about water management. I believe in the next 10 years, the issue of water will come up. Right now, we are talking about financing, but we know that water as a resource is limited. And we have to look into desalination technologies because the fresh water might disappear in certain places in the world. In addition to this packaging, and we talked about packaging during the past days, but we have to promote sustainable packaging solutions. We all know that besides the greenhouse gas emission, we are facing with waste management issues, and we don't know what to do with certain plastic packaging. But there are biodegradable packaging solutions. There are new type of packaging solutions in case of even plastic. 2 days ago, we actually hosted an event at the DHL Innovation Center here in Dubai. And we had a startup from Malaysia who was actually looking for waste, plastic waste, in order to process it and create new packaging solutions. So innovation comes in, and we can address all type of challenges what we are facing today. UNIDO is also the most and largest organization when it comes to the implementation of quality infrastructure systems, development of conformity assessment services. What are conformity assessment services? We talked about it yesterday in the morning. These are the accreditation services, the certification services, inspection. And inspection is not just food safety inspection, but we also have to ensure that those environmental standards are being applied. When we talk about food safety, and as a project manager running projects all around the world, I always have to look at two things first. Is there water available? Is there electricity available? How can we process food if we don't have water and we don't have electricity? Very often, farmers are even relying on diesel in order to pump out water from the soil. But we can actually use photovoltaic in order to replace those fossil fuel-based solutions at farm level. And we need to also promote these new ideas and concepts in developing countries. So how we approach this situation in a country? It's very often we enter to a new country and we see that there are different projects running, but we still, and very often, when I say we, the United Nations is not necessarily aware of the fact that there are certain gaps which have to be addressed. So we are designing a new toolkit where we try to understand what are the actual needs of agribusinesses. How can we go demand-driven? And this is a very important world. There is a big challenge for the development sector. We are very often supply-driven. We know what has to be done, but we cannot do it because first we have to create awareness. So our stakeholders understanding that what has to be done on their side, how we can have a better ownership, because we might invest millions of dollars, a project closes, and then the project is over, the facility closes down, and they cannot address their own challenge. Afterwards, you also have to see who is operating in that market, who are the stakeholders, who are the existing service providers. Should we start from scratch or support someone to become an internationally accepted service provider? This is also a very important question when we have limited resources for international development. Then we have to set up this network, this innovation hub. We have to connect people. We have to create partnership among them. This way, they can also exchange ideas, address each other's needs, and also refer to each other. If I'm a certification body and I see that my client is facing with packaging solution, it's easier to refer to a local business, a local service provider, than importing packaging materials from another country. And this way, again, greenhouse gas emission increases, costs on agribusinesses are increasing, and we are still facing with the same dilemma. And finally, when this hub is established, we have to start to deliver those services. We have to actually make it available for all agribusinesses so they are able to transform their knowledge and current capacities. Very often we also see that there might be a solution, but this doesn't really translate to an innovation in another country. But we have the internet. Everything is accessible. Those knowledge have been created have to be also accessible and understandable for other developing countries. With this, I would like to thank for your attention. And I have also some brochures with me, and I'm very happy to engage with you on this new concept of Innovation Hub on agribusiness transformation. And I look forward to collaborate with you in the future, and hopefully you can be also a partner in this journey. Thank you very much. Oh.
Thank you very much. So I will just thank you from here. Thank you very much. It was really a great presentation. I hope everybody really appreciated it. If you have any questions to Mr. Gabor, we have a little time for that, maybe for several questions. It's hard to see from here. I believe currently no questions. However, Mr. Gabor will be around. I just have a comment, Mr. Gabor, maybe a question. So you mentioned about desalination processes, so that we have to leverage more because there will be a water shortage in the future. As you might well know, Dubai is really very good and very experienced in desalination processes. UAE, in fact. So would you consider having some common projects together with Dubai municipality in terms of desalination projects and know-how?
Yeah, we'd love to. Can you hear me? Oh, sorry, I think I have to go on that side. Yes, definitely. I think it's not only about explaining the technology, but explaining the know-how, the experience. So countries can really leapfrog and local municipalities in this journey, because having that knowledge, what Dubai collected in terms of this very rapid growth, this is the knowledge what a lot of developing countries need. So I think it would be a great opportunity. And in fact, we are also promoting in UNIDO South-South cooperation, how we can create this linkage among other countries in order to have agri-industrialization as well as sustainable industrial development.
Right, right, definitely. Collaboration is great. We are stronger together.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks so
Thank
much,
you very much.
Mr. Gabor. Thank you. So now we have another amazing session. We have two very well experienced speakers coming on board right now. So I will introduce first Dr. Manpreet Singh. Dr. Manpreet Singh is a professor and extension food safety specialist in the Department of Food Science and Technology at University of Georgia, USA. He was a member of the faculty at Purdue University, Department of Food Science, and prior to that, Department of Poultry Science at Auburn University. He was appointed by the U.S. Secretary of Agriculture to the U.S. National Advisory Committee for Meat and Poultry Inspection. He earned his BS in Agricultural Science from Punjab Agricultural University, and MS in Food Science from Kansas State, and PhD in Food Science and Technology from Iowa State University. His research focuses on impact of food processing on safety of foods. Dr. Singh provides educational seminars, workshops, and presentations on food industry topics for a wide variety of audiences like us. And he's very active in several scientific and professional organizations. Without further ado, I will have Mr. Manpreet, Dr. Manpreet, on board. Dr.
Thank you.
Manpreet, welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, good morning, everyone. And before I get started, thank you to the organizers of the conference to keep inviting me back over and over again. This is indeed probably my 12th time I am back at the conference, and every time I am amazed at the changes that keep happening. The topic I have today is based on the Food Safety Modernization Act, and one of the things I want to introduce to you today is preventive controls. So I'm going to talk about how implementing preventive controls is important, but even more important is how is that influencing our behavior as food businesses in being successful in our management systems. So first and foremost, if I were to define what preventive controls are, it's a long definition of what preventive controls are, and I know Dr. Wan will also talk about it, but in essence, the procedures, practices, and processes which can be employed to significantly minimize or prevent the hazards which are identified in your hazard analysis. I think that is something which is very common for us to understand, is what hazard analysis is and how can we define the processes to control those hazards, right? It is used for safe food manufacturing for sure. We're more understanding of the term critical limit. And if you look at this, it basically is your typical HACCP system in which you talked about a maximum or a minimum value or a combination of those values which would minimize or prevent the hazards which require a control, right? There's only three things we can do to a hazard. Either we can kill it, we can control the growth, or we can prevent the contamination. What I'm going to talk from here on forward is the prevention of that contamination and why that is important in changing our attitude towards food safety management systems, okay? So of course, we need a food safety plan. That is the framework within which we can operate. We can understand what we need to do, but relay that to our workers, and they need to also continue to implement that, right? So it is a food safety plan, which is a written framework. Excuse me. And what happens with that is basically hazards which require a control, we need to have preventive controls through our process. What is a process? Maybe cooking is a very simple process. It requires to be that. Then you have allergens. We have changed our attitude towards allergen control. For the longest, we never talked about allergens. Now that we are aware of it, we then talk about allergen control. Changing the mindset of the people who are implementing the framework of food safety in your operations, right? And then supply chains. I'll give you some examples of why supply chains are important. And then, of course, the implementation procedures which are required to for those hazards. Regardless of what you do, whether it's a HACCP, a food safety management system, or a food safety plan, all those are just a part of your overall umbrella of a food safety plan or a food safety system that you will have in place, or a food safety management system that will have in place. So what is a food safety management system, right? So if you look at this slide here, it walks you through a little bit of what that would look like. We are aimed towards a continuous improvement. Of course, that's what we want to do. Every day, we want to make slight changes or continue to monitor to continue to improve our process. We do it by defining our hazards and risks. We then measure them. We measure those either by the prevalence of a bacteria, the concentration of a bacteria, or even mapping. A simple relatable thing in Dubai is you have food watch system. What is the food watch doing? It is basically mapping all the different food enterprises in Dubai, and it is telling you what are the different risks in all these different food systems or food supplies or food stores which are in Dubai, right? We then have to analyze. Based on an analysis, we need to improve that. Whether we're improving control systems, whether we're improving our validations, but we need to do that to improve that and then ultimately have a control plan in place again. It doesn't stop. It continuously goes on. Every day, every hour, this thing is going on. You collect a lot of information based on this ongoing cycle, right? That's important for you to understand in your management system. So, when we're done with these, we need to look at how do we evolve the food safety management system. We start with process controls, which could be cooking, which could be refrigeration, which could be pH control. We then had prerequisite programs, which are good manufacturing practices, SOPs, SSOPs. There used to be HACCP. And then from that, we went to integrating everything from farm to table to going to risk analysis. From there, if you look at the back end of it, it is feeding into our culture. I am no expert in food safety culture, but I know all these fit into a food safety culture of your organization. This is where preventive controls come into play too, right? This is where corporate food safety comes into place. So what is a corporate food safety? Is basically the culture that the corporate offices are putting in place to address the hazards. It doesn't happen without a cooperative food safety system. What's a cooperative food safety system now, right? This is called the classic public-private partnership. This is where Dubai municipality comes into place. This is where the industry comes into place. The stakeholders, the consumers, everybody comes into place, including the academics who are developing all the scientific information which is required. There has to be a collaboration. Just in my conversations this morning, somebody was talking about how working with the Dubai municipality is a feedback system. The Dubai municipality is actually collaborating with the restaurants, the hotels, the food service industry, and providing them some sort of resources to be able to have a partnership, right? So that is a cooperative food safety system which has to come into place to continue to build on that system, right? So to do that, in recent years or historically, we have been very reactive. What I mean by reactive is something happened, we go fix it. Moving forward, we need to be a little bit proactive. By proactive, I mean prevention. Why do we need prevention? Here are some examples, right? And Jason will talk about some of the preventive controls and the FSMA guidelines and everything else, but why do we need that? Here are some examples. Back in the day, in the US, there was an outbreak of salmonella in peanut products. Seems very minimal, right? Peanuts, salmonella. But think about the amount of products into which peanuts go. Peanuts can be in a snack, peanuts can be in a chocolate, peanuts can be in so many different varieties of products that you consume on a daily basis. If I am the one who is obtaining the peanuts, I need to have some sort of preventive control in place. It cannot be after the fact, it has to be ahead of time. So I need to make sure that my suppliers are providing me with good, safe peanuts for me to process and make products from, right? That's where supply chain comes into place. How does an organization implement a supply chain control so that their suppliers are providing them with safe ingredients that can be used for food manufacturing, right? There's some examples here. Another classic example is the botulism case with hazelnut yogurt. Again, a classic example where yogurt is made in a perfectly validated process, but then when you add hazelnuts to it, you might have added a risk to it, which is not accounted for. So if you don't have a supplier control in place, you would not be proactive in handling that hazard. All we're trying to do with this session today is make a shift in our mindset, change our attitudes towards saying we have a preventive approach for hazards that you anticipate will happen because of your food safety framework. Okay? So, of course, we have the good part of it. There are some, at least that I know of, who can stand up here or in any stage of the world and sit up here and say, if you implement the guidance, or all we're doing is providing you with all the tools to say there's a very low chance of a food safety outbreak to happen or a contamination incident to happen. So therefore, there are food safety management systems which do fail. And what happens, right? What happens is you have a framework documentation which is in the office, which is in the corporate office or in your food safety manager's office, and that documentation actually differs from what actually is happening in the industry, whether it's in the manufacturing, whether it's in the food service, and in those cases, systems fail, right? If you have supporting documentation, and I know we have done a lot of conversations here about supporting documentations with validations. If you have validations, are they true to your process? You cannot have a validation sitting in your office. You have to understand your process, right? So that's why if they're not implemented in the same way that the establishment is using it for processing, failures can happen, right? And then, actually, if you think further, validations that the intervention which is modified will actually achieve the effect that you're wanting to have based on the supporting documentation. Sitting in the office, you have a time-temperature combination which has been developed. Go into the kitchens, go into the manufacturing sites and see when you implement that, can you truly achieve the intervention that you wanted to have designed for it? If it cannot be achieved, that means that documentation is not good to support you for a safe food manufacturing. All right? Some examples that I want to leave you with, because I know they're going to have a lot more discussion around this, is why do we need preventive controls? What we are all familiar with in this room, and I guarantee you that majority of them will be familiar with a CCP. In the new system of FSMA preventive controls, a CCP is basically a process preventive control, right? So here's an example of a roaster, right? This is a peanut roaster, and we're going to see what happened in this. Back in 2008, 2009, there was a large outbreak of salmonella in peanuts. How did that happen? Somebody was roasting peanuts in that roaster. Now, we have to understand, what was the depth of the bed in which the peanuts were? How many peanuts are in there? What is the speed of that belt? What is the temperature inside the roaster? There are so many factors that come into play that help control the hazard. If we don't know that ahead of time, we will not be able to control the hazard, right? So this is a major failure on the process. And therefore, there was peanuts that came out roasted, but they still had salmonella in them, right? Another example, we talked about, I have been here for a day and a half now. I've heard the term sanitation so many times in my conversations around the room and I'm talking to people. Here's another way. Why do we do sanitation? We do sanitation as a preventative measure, right? We're doing it as a preventive measure to control any contamination or prevent any contamination, rather, not control at that point. Here's an example where you see this bag, it's actually liquid cheese sauce. It is aseptically manufactured. If you know aseptic processing, this is a very safe product. I guarantee you that in this case, actually, there's no issue of a pathogen in there. Because there's very high temperature processing for a long period of time, the chances of having a pathogen in this are very low. The cheese sauce was being used in a serving station, just like so, where you were using it for nachos. This is where sanitation comes into play. Cheese sauce is manufactured in a different location, used in a food service location. That dispenser of cheese is not sanitized. Proper sanitation is not followed in that dispenser, and that leads to contamination. Another point, we cannot have prevention only at one stage. Prevention is not independent. They are all the way through connected. Any weak link in the connection will lead to a contamination issue of the product, right? Therefore, in this case, of course, they had major issues of contamination from this cheese sauce, right? Another example of sanitation, knowing the environment. What happens in this case? Let's say here in Dubai too, you go out and whether it's through your testing systems or analysis in the labs, you are so trained, or we are all so trained to look for a certain type of a pathogen in a certain food. We don't realize that you could be looking for the wrong organism in that food, and therefore some other pathogen or some other serotype of a pathogen can get into the food system and get to the suppliers, right? In this case, if proper environment was not being maintained in an egg facility. So these eggs are now coming out, which the lab is typically trained to test for Salmonella enteriditis. There was no enteriditis in this product, in these eggs. These eggs had Orienberg, which is another type of Salmonella. The lab was not even testing for it, because we're so used to testing for a pathogen that we may be missing something. What happened here? Maybe preventive controls were in place, but in this case, because of lack of the environmental controls, which are part of sanitation, another organism was found in the eggs, right? So we have to keep that in mind. Furthermore, I love this example because it is from almost when I was born, and two, it puts a story across. When you make changes, change management is a big part of your culture. How do you manage change? Is there communication between organizations, corporate and the facilities which are actually implementing that change? Right? This is a tomato manufacturing facility in US. This letter was shared with me in 2013. The letter is dated September 11th, 1978. A tomato operator or processor was manufacturing tomato sauce with the same process since 1978. Can you imagine? That is almost 45 years ago, in 2013. Processes have changed, equipment has changed, can sizes have changed. No one is communicating that within an organization. What did that do? It led to some issues with that tomato processor. So you have to, if you remember that one cycle I talked about food safety management system, it is a cyclic process. You have to continue to do it on a regular basis. Same thing here. One and done is not the way to do it. You have to keep up and make sure that changes are being managed, changes are being communicated. Most organizations that I have communications with, they're now focused a lot on change management. How do we manage change? How do we communicate change? It doesn't happen from what we do. It happens from shifting our attitude. It happens from changing our behaviors to understand this is what we need to do. Okay? Scientific information coming in. I think I have about 1 more minute. It shows about 1 more minute, but I'll be finished here in time. So, scientific information changing. Well, when information changes, it needs to be communicated. If the organization does not have a culture of good communication, if the organization does not have a culture of transparency and providing information and empowering the employees to know information, things like these will happen. What is this? An issue of salmonella in peanut butter. We never thought of salmonella being an issue in low moisture foods because peanut butter is a classic example of a low moisture food. As new information came about, it has to be communicated. There is a potential for salmonella to also be in peanut butter. That means we need to be proactive, we need to be vigilant and continue to have implementation of preventive controls to avoid the hazards, right? But ultimately, all those things that I'm talking about feed into a preventive food safety system. It's not independent, it is a system. And this picture actually defines it the best. The main shaded part in there is your food safety plan. You do your we're all used to hazard analysis and cooking and pH and refrigeration, all our process controls. We're also used to our GMPs and SOPs and SSOPs. What we need to start incorporating into our food safety framework is supply chain programs, sanitation controls, allergen controls. It doesn't happen. I'll leave you with one strong example of an allergen control. Until about 2015, I never thought of allergens. I don't have any allergies, thankfully. I still go out and eat whatever I want to, and I don't focus on that. Since 2015, I have a nephew who's allergic to everything. All nuts, all the big seafood and everything. I check, they visit us every weekend. I check my pantry and I keep everything in a unreachable place because I want to make sure that kid does not eat anything he's allergic to. It is a shift in my mindset, it is a shift in my attitude, and that is what we need to shift and understand, because all populations consuming, you want all populations to consume your food. They're all not going to be equal. They will all have different health statuses. And until we keep that in mind, we will not be able to change our thought process and change our behavior towards food safety in a preventive approach. All right? That's all I have. Thank you for your attention. My clock here says 000, so I think I should not be in trouble. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Manfred. This is really very valuable presentation. So we can have you here because the next presenter, the topics will be very much related. So I will have a request from you. We have a great audience here, and we have great expertise in this stage. So I really would love you to note down your questions. So there will be 3 sessions, which one of them Dr. Manfred already presented, and there will be 2 presentations by Dr. Wan, which I will introduce him. So they will be all related. So please note down all your questions. We have VOVA app as well on the phone, on your mobile. You can write down also your questions here. I have several questions already, but if you have more questions, you can write down, and then at the end of the session, we will ask all of them to our experts. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Manfred. So now we have another 2 great sessions by Dr. Jason Wan. Dr. Jason Wan is the Associate Director for the Institute for Food Safety and Health and Professor of the Department of Food Science and Nutrition at Illinois Institute of Technology, USA. In addition, Dr. Wan serves as the Director for the Food Safety Preventive Controls Alliance. Dr. Wan is an FSPCA trainer of trainers for preventive controls for human food and foreign supplier verification programs lead instructor courses. He served as a supervisor for numerous PhD and MS students and is an author of over 200 scientific publications and invited conference presentations. And he's on editorial board of several prestigious journals. So let us have Dr. Jason Wan for his amazing presentations. Go, please.
Thank you, Chair Person, and also thank you, the organizers of this conference, for inviting me to be here. I really would like to thank Dr. Manfred Singh and also Dr. Bobby Krishna for inviting me to be here. It is my first time to be in Dubai. I must say that I'm very, very excited being here and have this opportunity. And then have the opportunity to share some of those work that we do and some of the training courses we have developed from the Food Safety Preventive Controls Alliance, we call FSPCA. So I do have 2 presentations this morning. The first one, I will talk about preventive controls versus HACCP systems. What are the similarities? What are the differences? And how they can work together synergistically. And so let me just get my first slide. Can you hear me? Good. So before I get into that, I just like to share with you where I come from. I come from located in Chicago. And so the Institute for Food Safety and Health is actually the institute I work in. And it is actually a joint institute between the Illinois Institute of Technology, which is a university based in Chicago, and also the US FDA. So we have an institute with about 50 staff members from the FDA and also 50% of the staff members from the university. And also we have the very beautiful skylines as well, like Dubai as well. So for those of you who have been to Chicago, and you will remember that as well. And then if you have a chance to come to Chicago, and come to see us. The Food Safety Preventive Controls Alliance, the FSPCA, it is a partnership between our institute and also the industry and also FDA to develop standardized training curriculum for the preventive controls and for other FDA, the Food Safety Modernization Act related activities. So my presentation will focus on, first of all, talk about what is HACCP system. I know many of you already know, it's actually a traditional food safety system. But also, I will give you a brief introduction of some of the regulations under the Food Safety Modernization Act in the US. And some of those Professor Singh already touched on, so I will make a reference on that as well. I will talk about preventive controls for human food. We'll talk about the food safety plan, which Professor Singh already mentioned, and also the requirement for the preventive controls qualified individual for companies who are covered by the preventive controls for human food in the US. Then also I will spend some time talking about what's the differences between HACCP systems and also the preventive control systems, and also a few words about FSPCA and then some of the training courses we developed. So as you all know, the HACCP system actually started from many, many years ago, and it started from the Codex, right? And also it's been in the US, it's been used for seafood, for juices, and also from the USDA point of view, also used for meat and poultry, and so on as well. So the HACCP system is a very well-established system over the years. Then the HACCP system focuses on the 7 principles and also 5 preliminary steps. So I'm not going to go into that because you all know about HACCP system, right? The preliminary steps include, the 5 preliminary steps include, you have the HACCP team, and also you have, describe your product, and also intended use of product, flow diagram, and the verification of the flow diagram. The 7 principles of HACCP include to conduct a hazard analysis, to determine the critical control points of those, to control those identified hazards. You also need to establish a critical limit for each one of the critical control points. Establish a system to be able to monitor your critical control points. Right? Also, whenever there is a deviation, you will also need to have a corrective action system in order to be able to make corrective actions. And also verification procedures, as well as record keeping procedures. So those are the 7 principles of HACCP. Then from 20 or so, that the US released the new regulations, the Food Safety Modernization Act. Under the Food Safety Modernization Act, there were quite a few regulations finalized in the middle of 2010, 2015 or so. That includes the preventive controls for human food, preventive controls for animal food, the produce safety regulation, the foreign supply verification programs, which I will talk a little bit more about this in my second presentation here this morning, as well as third-party certification, the sanitary transportation, the intentional adulteration, and more recently, as of end of last year, the final rule for food traceability was established as well, was released as well. So those are the 8 very important food safety regulations in the US under the preventive controls for human food. So under the Food Safety Modernization Act, FSMA. So this is actually a front recap of the food safety, the preventive controls for human food regulation in the Federal Register of the US federal systems. So under the preventive controls for human food regulation, there are 7 subparts. The very important part of that, of course, is actually they have the subpart C. That's the hazard analysis and the risk-based preventive controls. And that's my presentation will be focusing on today. In addition to that, of course, then the good manufacturing practice will support your food safety systems, as well as your supply chain, and also your record systems as well. They are part of the preventive controls for human food regulation. So the preventive controls for human food regulation in the US under the Code of 21 CFR 117 provided updated requirement for good manufacturing practice, and also requires the companies, either it's in the US or anywhere in the world, if they make a product for the US market, they will also need to be compliant with the preventive controls for human food as well. So for example, if you have a company here in Dubai, and then for some reason actually make a product export to the US market, And if that product is actually covered by the preventive controls of human food, I'll give you some of the examples as well of those foods that are covered by the preventive controls of human food. So then the company here in Dubai will need to be compliant with the regulations as well if they send the product to the US market for consumption. All right, so the requirement for the, from the preventive controls for human food for manufacturers making food for the US market, they need to establish a food safety plan. So in the food safety plan, as Professor Sun mentioned earlier, then you need to have a hazard analysis, a thorough hazard analysis. From the hazard analysis, you may be able to identify physical or biological or chemical hazards that may require preventive controls, right? Then from that hazard analysis, you will be able to identify what could be the preventive controls you will use to control those significant hazards. And those preventive controls may include not only the CCPs, but also other preventive controls that Professor Singh already mentioned earlier as well. You also need to have a management component for your preventive controls as well to control those hazards. Now we'll talk more about that as well. And also you will also need to have a recall plan if you identify a hazard requiring preventive controls during your hazard analysis. So those are components required for your food safety plan. In addition to that, a company who are covered by the preventive controls for human food, they will also need to have a preventive controls qualified individual, what we call PCQI. So we'll talk more about the PCQI and what their responsibilities. So already, Professor Singh already used this slide, and that's how the food safety system, preventive controls food safety system work together. And with the food safety plan, that's been supported by good manufacturing practices and other prerequisite programs. As you can see in this diagram, that the food safety plan starts from hazard analysis. And from hazard analysis, you identify hazards requiring preventive controls. And those preventive controls will include, very likely, the process preventive control, which is very likely CCPs, the critical control points. And also, in addition to that, you may also identify hazards requiring other preventive controls, like the sanitation preventive control, which Professor Sun mentioned earlier. You may also require, if your hazard analysis identify that your product may contain an allergen, right, in your ingredient, then you will need to implement, establish, and also implement allergen preventive control. Now, if you also identify hazards requiring control by your suppliers as well in the ingredient, then you will need to establish and also implement a supply chain preventive control. So those are the additional controls you will very likely need to have under the preventive controls concept, under the preventive controls principle. Okay, make sense? So I just add one more slide here. In addition to the diagram, is that in the structured form that what is required in your food safety plan. So in your food safety plan, you will start with a hazard analysis. That's a requirement. Then from your hazard analysis, you identify hazards requiring preventive control. That may include either process or allergen or sanitation or supply chain preventive control. You also need to have a recall plan as well. And those are what we call required, right? In addition to that, the required elements for your food safety plan will include procedures for you to monitor your controls, the procedures for you to do corrective actions, and also verification procedures to make sure that all the preventive controls are working as intended. Then on the right-hand side, you will see on your screen, you will see that there are some recommended, good to have components in your food safety plan as well. That will include your facility overview, your food safety team, your product description, your intended use of the product, your flow diagram, and your process description. So those are some of the components for you to actually establish the background of your product and understand of your product in order to do a good hazard analysis, in order to actually develop a good food safety plan. Okay, I did talk about the preventive controls qualified individual, PCQI. So for any company who is covered by the preventive controls for human food regulation, either in the US or internationally, if they send the product to the US market, then a PCQI is required. A PCQI is a qualified individual who has successfully completed training in the development and also application of risk-based preventive controls, at least equivalent to that received under a standardized curriculum recognized as adequate by FDA, or otherwise qualified by your experience, by your job experience. All right. So the main point about, actually, this actually definition came from the regulation. The main point about the PCQI is that you will be able to understand what's the risk of your product. You will be able to develop a food safety plan and implement a food safety plan. You can either achieve that through a training course, or you can achieve that through your professional experience. So those are some of the examples of food that are covered by the preventive controls for human food in the US. So this is not meant to be a exhaustive list, but just 7 examples. So like, for example, bakery product, beverages, beyond the juices. Of course, the fruit juices is covered by the juice HACCP in the US, but beverages, mixed beverages, then they are covered by preventive controls. The chocolate, candies, dairy products, dietary supplement ingredients are covered by the preventive controls for human food. Dressings, condiments, food additives, ingredients, freshly processed fruits and vegetables, multi-component foods such as refrigerated entree, ready-to-cook entrees, sandwiches, nuts, oil, plant-based processed food, snacks, soup, spices, and then on and on, right? So in other words, that in the US, if your product is not covered by the juice HACCP or seafood HACCP or the shelf-stable canned product, then it's very likely your product may be covered by the preventive controls for human food. All right, so that gets me to this slide, because my title is about what's the difference between preventive controls and HACCP. So I'd just like to actually give you a few keywords, and then you may think about this as well for those of you who have been exposed to the preventive controls. So first of all, is there are similarities, of course. Both HACCP and also the preventive control systems, they all are based on risk-based prevention systems. It's all based on hazard analysis, risk assessment, and also focus on what is the most important for the safety of your product. Right? Those are very similar concepts. Also, the preventive controls and HACCP all look at prevention, not reactive, to a final product testing. It is really prevention during the manufacturing process of your product. And work in conjunction with other supporting programs, including, of course, the good manufacturing practices, and also it's been designed to minimize risk of food safety hazards. So those are very common concepts between HACCP preventive controls. In fact, the preventive controls is a revolution from HACCP principles. Right? They work hand in hand. However, there are some differences. So I just add a few differences here as we go through this discussion here. So first of all, HACCP focus primarily on controlling hazards associated with using a process to control the hazards. What we mean by process means that the critical control point, either it's a kill step, or it's a removal step, or you use other ways to control or to control the growth of potential pathogens and so on, right? So you really focus on the critical control point from a HACCP point of view. Whereas the preventive controls expand on the process-related controls. Really depending on your product, depending on your outcome of your hazard analysis, then very likely in a process controls concept, that not only you will use a process providing control to control your hazard, you will very likely will need to think about if there's any allergens there, and then if your product may be exposed to the environment after your processing, then there will be environmental contaminations. Then in that case, then you need to consider the sanitation preventing control, right? Very often that you may also need to rely on your suppliers to control the hazards for you as well. As a result of that, you will have a supply chain preventing control, right? Then, so those are the additional elements in the preventing controls concept. Then in addition to that, of course, that the preventing controls regulation requires each one of the company to have at least one preventing controls qualified individual, PCQI. Now, PCQI does not necessarily need to be a full-time employee of the company. It can be a consultant, but at least they have somebody to be able to understand the risk of the product and also control the risk of the product. So that's why there's a requirement for PCQI for companies. And that's the difference between HACCP and preventing controls. And this is actually this slide actually shows you the traditional HACCP systems, right? So you have the hazard analysis, started with the hazard analysis as well. You identify critical control points, you identify critical limits, you have the monitoring procedures for your critical control points, you also have corrective actions, and then feedback to your hazard analysis. You also need to have verification procedures and also regular keeping procedures. This is actually a traditional HACCP system focusing on CCPs. Whereas the preventing controls for human food, then we also started with hazard analysis. And then from the hazard analysis, we identify controls, not only from the process point of view for what we call CCPs, but also we may identify other preventing controls, as we mentioned earlier, sanitation, allergen, supply chain, right? Then also, the critical limit for the CCPs, it's there as well, right? But if we do not, if we do have sanitation preventing control or allergen preventing control or supply chain preventing control, then we may have parameters or procedures instead of CCPs to really qualify and quantify your controls as well, or the other controls. So those are not only the critical limits for CCP, but also parameters and values for your other preventing controls. Of course, we need to monitor all the preventing controls. And also, in this preventing controls concept, in addition to corrective actions, in some cases, we also have corrections as well, right? So those are some of the differences here between preventing controls and HACCP. Then, in addition to those, then we also need to have verification procedures and also record keeping, as what we do have for HACCP as well. So this is actually, I have two tables here, and that's maybe a lot of reading for you. I may not go into those details unless, if you actually really get into the preventing controls, or maybe next year, if we actually, do further sessions here, so I can get into those deeper discussions here. But the main point of showing those is that for each one of those elements, the hazard analysis, the preventing controls, the parameters, and the value, then we compare HACCP plan with the added considerations in the preventing controls systems, which is actually what we call food safety plan. So for each one of those items, so for example, the hazard analysis, in hazard plan, we consider biological hazards, we consider chemical hazards, we also consider physical hazards as well, right? So for the preventing controls, we consider not only those, but for the chemical hazards, we also include radiological chemical hazards. And that was not considered, in the HACCP systems. So that's one addition, or one difference. Think about the preventing controls. HACCP system focus on CCPs, whereas in the preventing controls systems, we focus on not only the CCP, but also other preventing controls, including allergen, sanitation, and also supply chain. The parameters for your CCP is critical limits, whereas in our preventing controls, we have values. We also have procedures in addition to critical limits. So this slide keeps going on with the corrective action and the corrections, and then hazard system focuses on corrective actions. Then preventing controls, we also, in addition to corrective actions, we also look at corrections as well. We have some examples on that when we get deeper into our content. Verification procedures. For the hazard system, we focus on the CCPs, whereas the verification system for the preventing controls will need to be for all preventing controls, in addition to CCP, not include sanitation, allergen, and also supply chain. Records, and records will also be applied to all preventing controls as well. Then in addition to that, there's a requirement for a recall plan. If you identify hazards requiring preventing control, then you have to have a recall plan in your food safety plan. So I'll just say a few words about the Food Safety Preventing Controls Alliance. So this is actually, it's an abbreviation, acronym of what we call the Preventing Controls for Human Food, we call FSPCA. So FSPCA was established about just 10 years ago, 11 years ago, with the FDA grant and to our university, with a mission to develop standardized and also core training curriculum to help the industry so that to support them to be compliant with the new Food Safety Modernization Act regulations. And our mission is to assist companies, not only in the US, but also internationally as well. They are to build their food safety capacities and also to help them to comply with the Food Safety Modernization Act regulations. So what do? We develop standard training curriculum. We also implement procedures to ensure that all those training activities that were delivered at the of quality that we require to train our industry personnel. And for the standardized training curriculum for preventing controls for human food, then the result of the training will result in the qualification of what we call the preventing controls of qualified individual. So participants trained through the standardized training curriculum from us, they will be qualified to receive a PCQI certificate to meet the FDA's requirement. And also we develop trainer programs to train our lead instructors. I will show you some of the activities that we do as well here. And then also conduct outreach activities, providing technical assistance, and also to actually help support international outreach activities, including activities here in Dubai or in any other countries. So this is actually a front cover of the training curriculum that we developed over the last few years. The preventing controls for human food, preventing controls for animal food, foreign supply verification programs, and also the intentional adulteration vulnerability assessment. So each one of those training curriculum, the PDF version of that is publicly available on our FDA, what did I say? I'm sorry. On the FSPCA website. And so the PDF version of those ones, each one of the curriculum is available for you to download. And also, in addition to that, we are in the process of developing a core curriculum for food traceability as we speak. And it will be available by the end of this next year, about this time next year. So how do we train our lead instructors? And so we have a group of trainers, including Professor Sim and myself. So we actually train lead instructors through our train-the-trainer program. In fact, Professor Singh and myself, we team up and train lead instructors, not only in the US, but also in India as well. We did quite a few courses just before COVID. And also the lead instructors, once they are trained, they will be able to conduct courses using our material and train the industry as well. And that's a very, very efficient and structured program. So I just would like to show some of the slides of the lead instructors by country. So those are how many lead instructors in each one of the country or region. As you can see, that most of that is based in the US, but we have about 40% of lead instructors in other countries as well, including in the Middle East. Then those are some of the FSPCA preventive controls for human food curriculum courses completed, participants completed as well. So you can see that a lot of courses were done in the US, but also we have many, many courses conducted internationally as well. And that's how many people we have trained. And each one of those number here, that's the PCQI people that we have trained, both in the US and internationally. As you can see that we have trained more than 150,000 individuals in the world for them to qualify for the preventive controls of qualified individual for human food. So that's a quick summary. In addition to the human food, we also train other lead instructors for example, for the animal food, for FSVP, foreign supply verification programs, and also intentional operation altogether. We have over 3,000 lead instructors. They are located in 80 different countries. And we have conducted many participant courses, more than 15,000 participant courses as well. And then we have trained more than 180,000 individuals, food safety professionals, from 138 different countries. I think that's, in addition to that, we will organize our FSPCA annual conference. And then this year, that was actually in October of this year, was actually in Chicago in person. We had almost 200 participants from all over the world to participate in this our annual conference as well. So next year will be in November, back in Chicago again in person. And then, so we are in the process of organizing that conference for next year. So with that, I would like to thank you for your attention. I know that I ran out of time, but I will be able to save some time for my next presentation as well. So, and my contact details are here. Thank you. Okay, I can continue.
So now, we have, you have discussed about the preventive controls. Now it's time for the foreign supplier verification program, again by Dr. Jason Wan.
Okay. Okay, so my next topic is on foreign supply verification programs. It's an overview from the US food safety experience from US FDA's perspective as well. Let me try to get my first slide. So first of all, I'm not quite sure how many of you heard about FSVP program in the US? Show of hand. Not many, because maybe you're not exporting much to the US yet. Maybe you will do that maybe more in the future. But if you do actually export to the US, then you may come up with this question here. It's a Foreign Supply Verification Program, FSVP. And then also I will talk about some of the training programs as well for companies to understand what's in that regulation. And then also that because you are the manufacturers here based in, out of the US, and then what's being expected for a manufacturer as well as a foreign supplier. So what do you mean by foreign supplier? What's the expectations out of foreign suppliers as well? And with a summary afterwards. So again, just to recap on the food safety regulations under the Food Safety Modernization Act in the US. And then one of those regulations, it's the Foreign Supply Verification Program. And that I mentioned about earlier in my earlier presentation. So what is the Foreign Supply Verification Program? The Foreign Supply Verification Program is actually a requirement from the FDA on all the imported food for human and animal consumption. So there are some additional requirements in addition to the preventive controls requirement. Right? So we'll get into that. Our previous presentation, I remember Professor Chavez this morning talked about that there were 15% of food in the US is being imported from other countries, right? Actually, more recent data was even show that almost 19% of all the foods consumed in the US, they are imported as well. Many of those are fresh produce. Many of those are manufactured foods as well. Many of those are seafood, and so on and so on. So some of those foods may be subjected to the preventive controls regulation, as well as the foreign supply verification program. So the US also, the FDA also has a portal, an electronic portal, which is actually a real-time data point to provide the import alert of any food coming into the US from anywhere in the world. And so that's a very powerful database for any company who try to actually, manufacture food and then export it to the US market, and to know what are the major concerns, food safety concerns. And then, so from that database, then you will be able to see that there is a lot of food safety related issues that can be, that can actually hold your product at the border, and then that could be some major financial consequences for the company as well. So as a result of that, understanding what could be the potential food safety considerations for imported products getting into the US, and what are the specific requirements from the foreign supply verification program point of view, and that's important. So the portal, actually I have some screenshot of the portal as well, so you will be able to actually type in, actually I have the website link there, and you will be able to actually type in, based on your product, based on what could be the hazards, then you will be able to find some similar products or similar hazards. And that's a screenshot of what you can get when you get onto the, land onto that page. Then you will see that from the manufacturer's point of view, from exporter's point of view, getting into the US market, what could be the potential risk from food safety point of view. And this is actually a summary of some of the examples of problems or food safety issues related to imported foods in the US. For example, Cyclospora was identified as one of the major food safety risks. For example, Salmonella, of course. Then hepatitis A in the berries, and also other chemical hazards as well. So those are some of the examples you may be able to actually get from the import alert. And that actually set the theme for the requirement for the FSVP, for the Foreign Supply Verification Program. So what are the key principles of FSVP regulation? First of all, that the importers that are usually based in the US, they are going to be sharing the key responsibility of the safety of the food that they actually bring into the country, right? Then also they will also need to be working with the foreign supplier or the manufacturer in another country to ensure the safety of the product. So that's a key principle of FSPC regulation. Then also the FSPC also require the importer to do a risk-based food safety assessment on the product they import as well. They also need to include a lot of documentations and also verification activities to be able to demonstrate that the product they import into the country, into the US, is safe for consumption as well. So those are some of the key principles of the food safety, the foreign supply verification program. The key content for the foreign supply verification program include who is the importer. Okay, so there is a requirement for a FSVP importer, which is based in the US, a US entity. So that if there's any food safety issues, that importer will need to be responsible for the safety of the product. And also that then there will be a hazard analysis conducted on the safety of the product, and so on, and also documentations. There are some standard requirements for the safety of the product, and now I'll go through that list as well. There also need to be a comprehensive record to support the safety of the product. Then also there's a need for qualified individual for FSVP as well. So those are the core components. So first of all, what do we mean by an importer under the FSVP regulation? So an importer means it's a US owner, it's a US entity, or consignee of a food or article of food that's being offered for import into the United States. So that importer means that it's a US company. So what do we mean by foreign supplier? A foreign supplier means they make a food, it's a food that the company manufacture, process, and then, or maybe they raise, food or they raise animals to produce the food, and then the food is going to be exported into the US for human consumption. So what is food? What food are subjected to the FSVP? The food, it's the product or food or drink is meant for human or animal consumption in the US. It can be an ingredient, can be food additives, can be dietary supplement ingredient, and also can be even a packaging material which is in direct contact with food. That can be considered as a food as well. So, so what are the foods that are covered by the FSVP? Almost all the foods for human and animal consumption can be covered by the FSVP, except the exemptions. The exemptions include the food covered by Jewish HACCP regulation and also the seafood HACCP regulation. They are exempted from the FSVP requirement. All other foods are included. However, if it's a meat and poultry product, then it will be covered by the USDA. It will not be covered by the FSVP regulation. However, also there are other exemptions. Other exemptions include foods for research purposes or foods for just transship. That means that you send the food, go through the US, but going all the way to Canada rather than be used in the US, then they are exempted by this regulation as well. So those are some of the exemptions. I mentioned about these exemptions of Jewish and then seafood. And then if your food is covered by the FSVP requirement, then what are the standard requirements? And so this is actually a very long list of the standard requirements from the FSVP's regulation point of view. First of all, then the importer will need to do a hazard analysis on the food that they import. However, this importer may, this hazard analysis may be a little bit different from a food manufacturer's point of view. Because you are the importer, right? You've got to understand the food. You may not understand 100% on the processes, but you do need to understand the food. And that's the perspective of the hazard analysis. The importer may also use the foreign supplier, the manufacturer in other countries, to support their hazard analysis. Or you may be able to use the manufacturer's hazard analysis to support the importer's hazard analysis as well. But end of the day, the importer needs to be responsible for their hazard analysis, need to take the responsibilities or the consequences of the hazard analysis. Okay, so based on the hazard analysis, then the importer will need to evaluate those the foreign suppliers that they are going to import from. Then also there are a list of verification activities that the importer will need to implement to work with the foreign suppliers as well. And also if there are any corrections required over the years, and also the reanalysis of the foreign supplier at least every 3 years, or even sooner if there are any major changes, and also identify who is the FSVP importer. So those are, and in addition to that, of course, record and documentations. So those are the list of FSVP requirements. Then the verification activity for your supplier includes very likely an audit, and that audit of your foreign supplier may be remote or maybe even on-site audit as well, if they are significant hazards in the product. Quite often that the verification activity will include testing and then include review of the foreign supplier or foreign manufacturer's food safety plan, food safety records, and also any other documentations from your supplier. Then also, of course, that the importer based in the US, they will also need to have FSVP qualified individual. And then the FSVP qualified individual, roles and responsibility of that qualified individual is to conduct those verification activities. Then, of course, that there will be FSVP record requirements, and record requirement will include hazard analysis, include the foreign supplier verification, performance evaluation, then the verification activities, and then reanalysis, and then records, and also documentations. So those are the record requirements for the FSVP. Record must be made available if FDA requests the record from you. And so it's mandatory required that if they require that, then you got to provide to them. Then also that there's also a time frame requirement as well, that you got to actually do that in a timely manner. If the record is in a different language than English, then they may also request you to translate that into English as well. So those are some of the requirements there. The from the FDA's compliance point of view, the FDA may conduct an audit on your record, and the audit may be remote, especially when, during the COVID time, but now more and more that there may be on-site audit as well, right, for your record. Then if there's a request for your record, and then you got to be able to make the record to be available to FDA within up to 24 hours, or even reasonable number of hours as well. And then I mentioned about the translation earlier. Then also there's a need for a importer, FSVP importer required, and this FSVP importer is registered with the Border Control Agency of the US as well, including the name of the company, including the email address, and also the unique facility identifier. And that's a number is associated with the importer. So as you can appreciate that, there are a lot of things that you got to consider, right, to meet the FSVP requirement. And then as a result of that, FSPCA developed a training curriculum on FSVP, but this is specifically for the US-based importers. And again, this manual is available on our website as well. So this training course contains about 10 chapters as well. 3 chapters talking about the background and why there's a need for this. 6 chapters about the core content of FSVP requirement. And also the last chapter, which is chapter 10, talking about what FDA expects you to do as well. So that's the training material for our US-based importers. The main point of this training is for the importers to understand what's the requirement from FDA and the US-based importers, and also explain how do they meet the requirement. In addition to that, I know this audience here, we are all manufacturers here, and if we are, there's a relevance to FSVP, and so that we do actually develop, we have a optional module. It's actually for foreign suppliers, and we also have a webinar which is recorded, and then with the presentation, with the content, it's really focusing on what's the requirement for foreign suppliers as well. So that's been made available on our website, and then those are the websites directly linked to our website for this module as well. So with that, I hope that we do have a few minutes for questions and answers. So that's my last slide, and thank you slide for my second presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jason. So we can have you there as well. And I will try this. If it will work, I will sit as well. Does it work? Yes. Lovely. So I have written myself also a lot of questions. But first, I can check our VOVA app. I have seen some good questions. Yes. So the first question would be, this is under the preventive controls versus HACCP, but then, you know, as it is more related, both of you can also support in answering. How to validate the CCP limit? What are the ways to validate? I believe it's a very basic question, right, for CCP. Dr. Won, would you want to go with it?
Okay. So the CCP, the critical control point, is relevant not only to HACCP, but also relevant to preventive controls as well. So if you do identify a hazard requiring a critical control point to control, then of course there's a need to establish a critical limit. And that critical limit will need to be established through either what we call a validation process. And that validation can, you know, if there's already published literature to support your critical limit, then you can rely on the published literature. Or if there is no published literature to support that critical limit, then you may need to consider some what we call the challenge studies. Right, you may design a challenge study with the specific formulation that you're looking at, the specific target microorganisms that you're trying to control. Now, how many log reductions you try to target? You know, quite often that, you know, it's 5 log reduction. Sometimes you may need 6 or even 7, but in some cases you may have lower, you know, requirement. And then you establish what are the parameters. If, for example, if you have a thermal process, then parameters may be temperature and the time. But if you have a non-thermal process, then, for example, high pressure, then the parameters may include the pressure, you know, what's the pressure, what's the cooling time, sometimes may also the temperature as well. So those are some of the parameters you do need to establish.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. This was a very basic question. I believe it's fine, right? So yes. We can go to second one. Yeah. I believe it might be more to deep dive. How can you distinguish between PRP and OPRP in a simple way? Maybe we can go with you. So shall I repeat again? How can you distinguish between PRP, prerequisite program, and operational prerequisite program?
Okay, I think that's a great question. Yeah. Again, at the same time, when we talk about OPRPs or PRPs, one of the things we have to keep in mind is these food safety professionals who are in the operations, right? They have to have some experience to be able to distinguish between that and determine it with a justification. So something which is an operational PRP could be defined by the food safety professional and also be based on the history of the operation. So that's where we can have that. PRPs are basic to meet the regulations, to meet the requirements, but operational are the ones where I say, what are the things happening when operations are going on? When that happens, you need to make a decision in that moment. That is where OPRPs will come into play.
Great answer, thank you. And the next one is, how is the risk assessment approach, which is the hazard analysis in HACCP, different from preventive controls in the preventive control plan? Will you go with it?
Right. Okay. So the hazard analysis for HACCP system or for preventive controls, I would say they are quite similar. They are almost the same. That's what I say, that the similarities, right? So we will start from the hazard analysis. Then really depending on the specific product you're looking at and the specific process that you have, then you may identify a hazard that require a process-related preventive control. Or maybe, in other words, in HACCP, then it's a critical control point. So, but from the traditional HACCP point of view, some of those hazards you may not be able to rely on critical control points. You have to think about something else. In hazard systems, you may rely on, for example, sanitation, operating procedures, SSOP in those days, or maybe good manufacturing practices to support your hazard program. But in the preventive controls, we lift those ones up to be a preventive control so that you can really focus on that. The difference between a preventive control and a GMP process is preventive control requires you to establish procedures, establish records, and then establish verification activities, right? If it's a GMP, you do not have to do all the three. So those are the major differences. But the hazard analysis process, it's the same. But the outcome can be different.
Okay, great. I would be asking you what are the differences between GMP and preventive controls, but you have answered that as well. That's
okay, that's another good one. If you remember the diagram that Professor Singh showed, right? And then I showed that myself as well. So a GMP, it's a foundation for you to operate your food safety plan or your hazard plan. Right? If without that foundation, then a hazard plan or GMP or food safety plan will not work, because that's the basic sanitation requirement. And but really depending on the outcome of your hazard analysis, you may lift some of the GMP component into a preventive control. And as a result of that, you can control the hazard more specifically. Right? So not when sanitation comes in. Allergen control comes in, and the supply chain control comes in. So if you remember, there are three bubbles. They are in the interface between food safety plan and the GMP, and that's really where this bubble goes and which component goes in the preventive controls, which component goes to the GMP. It's really based on your hazard analysis.
Lovely.
You add
Any
anything?
notes from
No,
you?
I think I don't have anything to add to that. That's exactly where it is.
Amazing. So the last question on the app, you still have chance to enter, by the way, before passing to my questions. How can a PC program be integrated into the existing HACCP, FSMS-based food safety system within the industry without changing terms like CCP or PCP and without redundant hazard analysis?
That's a great question. Actually, if you think about it, even in the US or wherever, they have transitioned from a HACCP plan to a food safety plan, which is part of the preventive controls. Every manufacturer has been able to use the hazard analysis, all the GMPs, SOPs, SSOPs, and then build from the existing HACCP plans to make it a little bit more comprehensive with a food safety plan. That means, as in, if you've already done the hazard analysis, that means that part is done. How you control those hazards by defining the preventive controls is something different in your food safety plan. If it's a process control like cooking, then a CCP works. If you have sanitation as a CCP, it is going to be defined as a sanitation preventive control. So there are things which can translate, there are things that you can build on, but it essentially makes your HACCP plan a lot more comprehensive when you include it in your food safety plan with the preventive controls. Yes.
I believe sometimes, we are very much, focusing on the abbreviations, where to have that into plan. But as you rightly said, food safety plan is a general plan where you can include everything, right, to mitigate your risks. Mm-hmm. So it's not about, calling it, or including it in the HACCP or in the hazard analysis or in GMP, but including them all in every step to mitigate it.
Yeah, that's a great point. And you bring out a great point is when we do that, if we're identifying a hazard, that's excellent. But the next step is we need to control that hazard. We cannot get caught up in the terminology. We cannot get caught up in how we define it, but we need to focus our efforts in finding a solution to the hazard that we have identified. So that's where we have to keep moving forward and develop it. As long as You're addressing the hazard you've identified. That is the ultimate goal, to minimize the risk for public health.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we shouldn't be caught up with the minimum
Absolutely.
standards, but how really we protect the nation from our products.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah. Yeah. So coming to my questions, if you will allow me, I was writing down about technology. So preventive control. So we are really proceeding really very fast in technology. And there are a lot of good equipments, devices, which we can really use in our processes, in our systems, like inline, online monitoring systems. Let's say, let's give an example of moisture. Moisture can be a CCP of yours. And if you have online, inline moisture analyzers in your production system, then it's a great preventive control, right? So there's technology in this, because I couldn't, these were amazing presentations, but I couldn't see anything about technology, how it can be a part of the preventive control.
I'm going to take a stab at that first, because I think in food processing, we're not progressing if we don't develop technology, right? We have developed technology to make processing efficient, to minimize food losses, and increase the yield of processing. What the technologies have also done is done a continuous monitoring system. These continuous monitoring systems, whether it's an inline or online, a moisture analyzing system, it is supporting documentation to prove that the controls are actually working. So technologies such as, whether it's electronic record, all the things that the technology is doing is producing electronic records. Electronic records are a proof for a manufacturer that the food is manufactured safely. So that's where it comes into play. So we're definitely utilizing it, whether it's in a preventive control, whether it's in HACCP, in any system. We are using existing technology and the information generated from existing technology to support the food safety plan. That's where it comes into play.
Definitely. Lovely. Sure.
I would like to make one more point about the use of technology as well. In addition to the record that Professor Singh just mentioned, that the advancement of technology will be very helpful to support the monitoring procedures. You mentioned about that as well. The monitoring procedures at the moment will rely on real-time and then the real-time monitoring in order to make sure that your controls is in place, right? But at least for the time being, we cannot use the microbiological testing result as a monitoring procedure, because it takes days or hours to get result. By the time you actually get a result, then your product has already been made. So it's not safe anymore. So at the moment, we can only rely on, for example, microbiological testing result as a verification activity rather than monitoring activity. Now, if our technology is developed in such a way that we can have a real-time microbiological result, then we can use the real-time microbiological result as a monitoring procedure. And that's going to be very, very efficient, not only for HACCP systems, for preventive control systems as well.
Yeah. So currently, so I don't know as well at this stage online microbiological analysis process. However, there are a lot of rapid test methods which the manufacturers and the food industry can really implement. Instead of like having yeast and mold in 7 days, you can have them in like 24 hours, which can be still implemented and then as a preventive control, right? And there are a lot of researches as well, development as well. So hopefully soon,
good,
it can be done. Thanks so much. And again, coming to this preventive control. And technology as well. So, is there a procedure that the manufacturers or the importers can ask as a mandatory, let's say for food fraud? So they're having milk powder, let's say. So how can they ask the supplier to have a mandatory control for the food fraud? you know, as a technology, if there's a technology, micro NIR, let's say in 10 seconds, you can understand if it is like 100% milk powder or there's something wrong, 95% milk powder in it. How can a supplier or a manufacturer can enforce the supplier to use that technology in their system before them buying? Because nobody is investing unless it's a regulation, right?
So maybe I'll start on this, and then you can add to this, Professor Sen. So this is really exactly I feel that maybe I'm a little bit biased from the preventive controls point of view, that we are really addressing the role a supplier may play in the safety of your product, right? So if, for example, you know, I'm the manufacturer, I have so many different ingredients, and maybe I have 15 or 20 different ingredients, then I have 20 different suppliers. Then if I'm not controlling the hazards, and then I have to rely on suppliers. So the supplier have to actually demonstrate that the product is safe. Otherwise, I cannot use their product. I cannot use their ingredient. So there's a structured system in there. We do have a very extensive chapter on supply chain preventive control. If we do identify that hazard has to be controlled by the supplier. I'll give you an example. Like, for example, muesli bar. We use energy bar all the time, right? We eat muesli bar. But in some cases that we have so many different ingredients, but they're all ready to eat, we just press it and make it, you know, as a manufacturer, I don't have a kill step. But I rely 100% on the supplier to give me a safe product. Then as a result of that, you identify that I have to have a supply chain program. I have to implement, you know, your supply chain has to actually ensure the safety of the product. You can impose that, of course, through the system.
Yeah. I think, I don't have anything to add, but yeah, that's good too. Because the main thing is, how can we force is not, I don't think it's the right, in my opinion, the right terminology, but if in my food safety plan, I have a supply chain preventive control, which essentially is a CCP, that means I will not accept your product, your ingredient, period, because it is going to make my food safety plan fail. So that's where this is the beauty of the preventive controls.
Right. That's exactly the strength of that.
Right, yeah. So actually, maybe I was not clear enough. Yeah, for sure, it's a CCP and you should accept or not accept, right? So it's clear. However, if they're not using the food adulteration control, they wouldn't know. So they wouldn't know if it is like 100% milk or not when they measure like moisture content or the microbiological content, right? So if there's melamine inside or not, they wouldn't know just checking the analysis report from the supplier.
So this is where again the difference is, because if supply chain preventive control is identified as a preventive control to control the hazard, in this case, let's say melamine or something, that is a hazard. So now I need to not only rely on the certificate of analysis, I need to do my verifications at the level of receipt, at the point of receipt, to make sure that the supplier is providing documentation in addition to the certificate of analysis, because I need that information for my food safety plan to hold true for manufacturing.
So that's where the criticality is coming of food safety plan.
Absolutely.
So we have to include all into our plan.
That's it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Then I can add to that as well, is that the requirement may also include not only the testing, but also an audit, on-site audit as well. If it's important for the manufacturer, then they may actually implement an on-site audit. Then also, they may also require that to review the food safety plan of the manufacturer. So actually, that's really depending on who's controlling the hazard. If you really think that the supplier is controlling the hazard for you, then you go full speed to control the hazard.
It's the trust also in between, right?
Exactly.
Lovely,
amazing. And also
documentation
as well.
Yeah, lovely, lovely. I have one more question, one last question, if you're interested. If not, I will ask separately. For FSVP program, So you said that the importer is responsible from it. What if an exporter directly exporting to a retail in US? So do they need the FSVP certification or education? For example, let's say in Dubai, a manufacturer is exporting directly without an importer based in the US directly to a retail shop.
So I think, sorry, Jason, I'm going to quickly clarify that. The retailer is the importer.
Okay, but
So it's the retailer's responsibility to make sure you're complying with, I say you meaning, let's say if you're in Dubai and I am in the US, you are the exporter from Dubai, but I am the importer in US. There always has to be an importer of record. So the retailer is the importer. So I need to make sure FSVP is being, I need to use that and I need to make sure you're complying with that.
Okay, lovely. So there doesn't need to be another company who is based in US as an importer?
Not necessarily.
Okay,
It has
lovely,
to be
good.
who is the importer of record.
Okay.
If the retailer is the importer of record, they need to make sure that you're complying. If there is somebody in the middle, a third party who is of record, then that third party has to make sure that the exporter from that company is, that country is complying.
Implementing.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, great,
Yeah.
amazing. Thank you
Makes
very
sense.
Yeah,
much.
absolutely.
Would there be any questions from the audience?
I think we're running
I
out of
believe,
time.
yeah,
We're
we are
out of
running
time.
out of time. Bobby,
5
sorry.
minutes.
Thanks so much. It was really
Thank you.
amazing. Pleasure, being with you and having your inputs.
Thank you so much
Thank you
for
so
having
much
us.
for the excellent questions.
Yeah, thank you.
Great.
Not working. Not. Just please, bas. Today is Bobby Krishna birthday, so let me celebrate that. Happy birthday, Bobby.
I was ready to start the next session.
No, you cannot. Serious.
No, no need to talk. Well, happy. Thank you so much.
Well, I'm going to chair the next session.
You couldn't get worse picture than this.
We're going to get to the next session. Are you?
You are part of the Sagittarius Club. We are also Sagittarius. Happy birthday.
I'm going to go to the next session.
Bobby, look at me here.
Thank you, brother.
When you move, I also saying goodbye because I have to go to a meeting. I don't know if I see you tomorrow, perhaps.
Okay. For the session, I'll be there. Okay. Thank you, Mike, and we'll stay in touch. Dr. Fadi, I'm going to go next. Out of the camera. Thank you. Yes, session Karan. I really apologize. Thank you so much, everyone. And I'm sorry for delaying the next session. I have to chair that too. Dr. Fadi, really sorry for the delay. Next session is about Jahazia, the cutting-edge early warning system from Abu Dhabi Food Security Authority. Jahazia is a comprehensive system developed by ADIFSA. In the whole conference, we were talking about how can we make food systems more predictable, and especially in understanding risk better in future foresight, looking at things like horizon scanning. How can you anticipate problems and prevent them from happening before they occur? And we've got a lot of examples from all around the world today. In fact, we'll be talking about multiple digital systems, looking at different aspects of how it will impact food safety and also food sustainability, food security, etc. JSCI is from the UAE. It's from the Abu Dhabi, and I've got with me Dr. Fadi Al Nathur. He spoke today morning, so I'm going to keep the introduction very short. He's from the Abu Dhabi Food Safety and Agriculture Authority, and he will deliver a talk. We have got 20 minutes. I know we exceeded a bit, so keep that in mind when you do the talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bobby. Thank you. Ladies, gents, thank you for joining us. Welcome on board. Before starting, Bobby, happy birthday. And I would like to thank Dubai Municipality for giving me this opportunity to speak about our project Jahizia. Jahizia, in fact, is an early warning system with other systems. I will speak firstly about the organization where I came from. I came from Abu Dhabi Agriculture and Food Safety, that we have a vision of global leadership in food security. This is the aim that we are trying to reach. We have developed the integrated risk management framework. Integrated risk management, we covered in this framework all type of risks.
internally and externally. Of course, we are covering food safety risks, animal health risks, plant health and pest risks. Inside the organization also, we are covering financial risk, business continuity risk, and also process risks, occupational health risks. All that has been covered in this document. Of course, we have done extensive benchmark for the regulatory framework that we are developing and related to crisis management and in risk management. So we took in consideration Codex standards, guidelines, and here I wanted to mention something. When we compare the terminology about risk mentioned in ISO 31000 and the terminology used in Codex Alimentarius framework, you will have different explanation, especially when you are using risk assessment as a word. This is very important for anybody who is planning to develop risk management framework to use this terminology in right way so that you will use a same language between everybody. I know the guys for financial risk auditors, they are using different scope, and external auditors also using this terminology in different scope other than what has been mentioned by Codex Alimentarius. In our projects, we have merged all these terminologies and we enhance it in one language. And in fact, there is a huge benchmark documentation. We have done it. However, I will just pass to these references and risk analysis. This is the procedure manual. It is one of the most important documents that can be really benchmarked and used. All these standards and guidelines is very important to be used. Of course, the process for risk management that we have adopted, it is component of 4 steps. Some people speaking that there is a 6 steps or there is 5 steps. Anyway, it must be following these 4 steps. Some people may act, plan, and review. The same thing, in fact. It is general concept, and it widely used around the different type of business, other than the food safety, other than animal health, or in One Health in general. These 2 documents, ranking of food safety risks at the national level and the food safety risk management, is very important. Both of them, they have put the risk management procedure in this level, and it is iterative process. This is what I really wanted to focus on from this slide. It has to be iterative process. That means you can go back whenever you find there is a gap. Go back to change your decisions, go back to change the decisions that you have adopted, implementation, and so on. This is a risk ranking matrix. Everybody see this one. The most important thing that I wanted to focus on this, it has to be cross-organization to cover everything. For a top management, you can't come every day with a specific risk register. They need to know what is the priorities for this organization. If we are working in different silos, the guys who is responsible for they will say, this is the most important risk. The guys who's working in animal health, they will say, this specific disease is the most important. And by you will mislead the management. Then you need to have it integrated across the organization to cover it internally and externally, because the budget, the resources is really distributed based on a priority, whether it is internal process or external process. And it has really to focus on the top management organization strategic objective. By this way, that's mean when you decide to put your risk matrix, you need to discuss this with your top management. Otherwise, your work will be smashed. Take their objectives, put it in your matrix, achieve their objectives. Otherwise, if you are doing it in low level in the organization, at the end, this will has no value. This is a risk factors examples, and I will really discuss this in a little bit of details. Now, generally, what happens when we are discussing the risk factors? Every person, every entity, they have their own risks. So when you are trying to cover it, think always about a holistic approach. Think about One Health. So when you're discussing the risk factors, it's really affecting your business. You need to take public health issues. You need to take economical health, economical factors, political, socio-economical things need to be covered. Sometimes media interest. This is an example, and sometimes it's very important to look to the environment risk factors. Put all these, and you need to think how you can measure this, how you will really assess these risks. This is just an example, and give you how we can really. And it is very universal, and every organization can select from these. The main thing, you need really to put appropriate level of protection fit for purpose. There is many approaches can be used in risk management. You can go for zero tolerance, and you can go for MRL. This based on the hazard that you are dealing with. If you are dealing with heavy metals, you can't go for zero. But if you are going for some antibiotic that it is banned, you can go for zero. For some bacteria, you can't go for zero, or you don't have to. Sometimes it's not practical to achieve this level. And so achievement or accepted risk level is really based on the approach. All these 6 approaches is really used. The most important one to me is really the last one, precautionary approach. Risk managers must always protect people. This is the monitoring and review. In risk management, always we think about risk KPIs. When you put a risk KPIs, you have to evaluate your tools and your abilities. Because if you are putting a KPI that easily to be achieved, just like this in the right, so no need for your procedures, no need for your presence at all. You have to put a challenging risk KPIs so that you can change this slowly and dramatically. You can increase your progress and your presence, and you can achieve this goal. And this morning, we discussed that the goal of 40% reduction in the global strategy. How I can achieve this? I need this slowly to be achieved. That means I need to put a challenging risk factors, these factors to be even in the system of the organization. I will give introduction, summary about the system. The slides many, so in some cases I will just swift it. And this is the interface. If you look, you will find many projects under the terminology of Jahiziyya. Jahiziyya is Arabic word, mean readiness, being ready. In this one, we are integrating early warning system. This is a whole system for early warning. And we have rapid alert system. Normally people use these terminology exchangeably. They are saying, oh, we have a rapid alert system. Others saying, oh, we have early warning system. It is different. Early warning system is different from rapid alert system. Rapid alert system is starting when the event is there, so it is about response and saving the time. Early warning is about watching and horizon of scanning or horizon and be ready in different ways, of course. The other project in this one is the risk management, which is the risk profiling and risk registers, all of that in the system. Beside other systems, I will relate it to business continuity and so on. But these 3 is really very important. Also, we have a very important module for this one is about communication. Everybody we need to communicate is on the system, and there is a workflow. We can update our contact focal points immediately from the region. In the business of risk and crisis management, when you contact people, normally you find them already, they left the work, or they left job, or they changed position, so you will not find them when the things hits. But when you have really an automatic update with these contact points, this is very essential to be in your system. This is the interface for early warning system. It depends on different sources. We are covering a huge scope. And it's very important always to take the holistic scope. So we are covering the food safety. This is what we call it very direct scope. And we need to cover the our animal health organization. So we are covering that. But also we put in that system the human disease that can be linked with vector-borne disease or food-borne disease or water-borne disease and so on. So all the incidents is really in the system. Also plant pest, and we are covering the map. So there is a sources for map that it's really bringing the weather maps from all around the world. We have vectors, so we are trying to put vectors data in the system and emerging and also food poisoning outbreak. Well, this is really a very big scope, and it is really very challenging. So how we are getting the information to be fed for this scope into the system? We developed integration, direct integration, live always, so that these data can be fed into your system. For instance, with New Zealand, with Rapid Alert System, Animal Health Organization, World Health Organization, FAO, IPPC, FDA, Canadian Food Inspection Agency. Some of them is really linked with links, and some of them direct integration. So there is different type of, let's say, importing the data into the system. To reach for some integration, we have done massive meetings with the organizations so that we can reach to a mutual interest. Some other organization, we have to do memorandum of understanding so that we can get the data and so on, based on the type of and confidentiality level and the scope of this data. This also is already integrated in the system. This is one of the dashboards. If you look to the map, all incident in that all scope is coming into one screen. So I can see that there is a human infected with X disease. At the same time, I can see the distribution of these cases all around the world from the validated sources. You can't take data from unvalidated sources. We are speaking about artificial intelligence. So it's very important not to change it to artificial misleading. IT guys knows that rubbish in, rubbish out. But scientific guys, they don't have to rely much on the IT guys when they are developing the dashboard. They must validate the data sources so that when you read the map, you are reading the actual numbers. When you are trying to take conclusions, you are taking conclusions based on real numbers as well. You look to this map, of course, this data is really very movable, and I wish if I could really get into the system and show you how we can explain the data. But in the one page, you can see now what is happening in terms of X disease all around the world. If you are going to do it in one country, you are getting it in animals as well. If there is a plant linked with this hazard, also if there is vectors distribution is in the map, you can get it and you can cascade it for which disease you select, for which country you select, for which area you select, or group of hazards. This is another Rapid Alert System, of course. This is the interface of Rapid Alert System, which is linked with Early Warning System. So both systems speaking with each other, and based on that, we're developing the risk registers. There is really a scope how we can develop these. But again, in our Rapid Alert System, we are covering a big scope, as you can see. This is for food, of course, imported food or locally produced, whether in the borders or whether distributed inside the market. We are covering animal health. This is open for private sector and for officials. And it has to pass with a process to a validation point in the system. So you can, from your organization, open this system and notify us that there is a mosquitoes in your organization. And this will take the GPS details and we will put you on the map. Also, you can inform us about specific animal disease. All that will go into a system for validation, so it will be really validated or rejected or amended based on the investigation team that will go to you. There is executive teams, investigation teams related to animal health or food poisoning outbreak, and so on. And we are developing really a massive laboratory background to cover this scope. This is another dashboard where you can really have more data about risk categorization, and you can take it per division. If you remember, we spoke about risk KPIs. If I wanted to decrease the prevalence of FMD, for instance, there must be a risk KPI hold it to a specific division so that they can achieve it. For an example, I wanted to get vaccination 80%. So this risk KPI linked with FMD will be handled to X division, and in that X division, I'm giving it to X person. So all of this chain is responsible to achieve this, and I can see it from the dashboard live immediately. This is another dashboard. Of course, this is taking also the data inside the UAE, so you can really have more insights about what is going on, and you can select any category. This is the risk registers. You see the early warning system, and you see the rapid alert system. Then these data can be categorized and fed into the risk register where you can have classification. We spoke about risk factors. If I'm taking in consideration, for instance, number of cases, if the cases increased, I will increase the impact and let's say increasing the potentiality. So these data is coming from there. It's not only the local data on the country level, but also what is happening outside. We are in a small village. So if a disease has been reported in the different countries, the probability is being increased other than it is nothing. And this was really very clear in Ebola cases and also in COVID and so on. So all these data is fed in here where you can really have categorization and evaluation for all risk, including the probability. This is the model where we put it into the system. The good thing in the system, we define the person and we send it to them so that they will be informed, and all information related to this hazard will be attached, whether confidential documents or non-confidential, all will be in the system. So we cross the point of confidentiality in many issues as everything in the system, and the system has to meet the cybersecurity issues. It's really great to overcome this one, and also document will not be lost, and always you have tracking anytime you get into the system, you can track what is happening in this specific risk. This is another dashboard for the risks. So if you can see, we can take it into category. We can see what is happening now for X hazard, in which area, in which division, and you can really do any correction if there is, a problem with one of the risks, if it's going up to the more than the acceptable limit. This is the crisis management. This crisis management is really activated once things hits and is going out of control. In this, it's very important that everybody speak that crisis means that the things get out of the control. So what is the crisis for me could be normal business for you. This is again, the incident can be managed. We can see what is going on in the field. We can report where is the cases. Immediately, our inspectors can send the data based on a specific format, and this will get into the map immediately. We can see all the establishment involved in this crisis, whether food establishment or whether animal health establishment or animal production or plant production. This is really a very dynamic crisis management system. Also, you can see the things how is going on. and we can get all the information. If you look here, we have a data. These data is coming from the incident itself. So when things hit, like FMD for instance, the cases, infected cases, will be reported to me. Based on the location, I can define the susceptible information. But based on that, you need a prerequisite data to be fed into the system. Your database has to be in the system. Then you can really draw in which scope you are working and what is the susceptible area. That is whether you are speaking about plants or you are speaking about animals. This dashboard needs really a previously cleansed data, clean one, and to go into the system. And the people, the scientists, need to validate that the system is reading well, so it's not misleading you. This is another dashboard. The same thing, it's really giving you what is going on, and you can select guys, area, countries, divisions, and so on. Time also. We have entered in the system from some sources, really data since 20 years. And this was really very helpful, and I would like to thank all organizations supported us to give us the international world data. This is, again, giving you how the things is happening related to crisis management so that you can get into the system and seeing the progress in the crisis. This is, again, a dashboard. This is many dashboards where you can really have it in the system. Definition. Yes. We have, this is related really to recognition of the system. We have submitted this project to GITEX, and we explained in GITEX, it's really got a lot of media intention, and we have really got a lot of positive feedback from different media sources. And we really received award from, let's call it Best Technology Innovation at the regional level, Titanium 2023. This is really the highest level, which is scoring above 91. And I would like the guys in the control, please, if you can run us the video, please, can you? This is a summary about the project, just like giving you the take-home message. By this, I really thank you. The media, the video is available online. If you did not get it, please message me, and I will send it to you, the link, I mean. Again, I wanted to thank Dubai Municipality for organizing such amazing event, and I hope this will be really continuous. And thanks for Bobby, and happy birthday again, Bobby. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fadi. I think everyone appreciates your presentation. And if you would like to get in touch with Dr. Fadi, I think all the contact details are available on Wova. Good evening again. And for those who just joined us, welcome to this afternoon session on traceability, know where your food comes from. In recent years, there have been an increased focus on public traceability in the food supply chain. Often reasons for such discussions were foodborne illnesses or fraud incidences. There are so many technologies out there that can be used in the food supply chain to build digitalization, collect real-time data, and share it. To present to us about traceability is Shamima Khan. She is the founder and CSO of Ops Smart Global, has a master's in technology management with expertise in traceability, transparency, supply chains, interoperability, and process management. Please welcome her.
Where's the control? Right there. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I hope everybody had a great lunch, is not in a food coma. I think the municipality has been feeding us super well. So as he said, we will be talking about traceability. So far, we've heard about audits and certifications, inspections, and everything to do with food safety, which is all required, necessary, needed, and important. However, if you can't get that information in front of your organization, if you can't get that information in front of the people who need to see it, that information is useless. So with traceability, what we try to do is bring all that information in front of the necessary parties so that it can be used to its optimal use. So before I go into traceability, let's talk a little bit about understanding FSMA 204. So a little bit of a historical background. Back in 2011, the Congress started with the Bioterrorism Act, which was one step up, one step down traceability. It was a good step forward. Between 2006 and 2008, there were a great number of foodborne illnesses, which made the FDA realize that what they had as rules were not good enough. They stepped it up, did some research, and then President Obama in 2011 signed the FSMA Food Safety Modernization Act. A little bit of historical outbreaks to reflect on the changing of the rules. There's the spinach outbreak of 2006, the pepper outbreak of 2008, the peanut corporation crisis, the cantaloupe outbreak of 2011, and then current cantaloupe outbreak that's also going on. So all of these led to people realizing we needed stringent rules, stringent policies, and stringent way of keeping our population safe. So if you go on the FDA website, you'll see two things. You'll see the FDA's new era of smarter food safety, and you'll see FSMA Rule 204. Can be confusing, two different things. The new era is an initiative, is an attempt to change the culture of food safety. FSMA Rule 204 is an actual regulation that was passed in January of 2023, and it becomes compliant in January of 2026. So what is FSMA Rule 204, which is what we're going to talk about? It is a requirement of enhanced record keeping. Records are needed to be kept on foods that are considered high risk, including foreign and domestic goods. So anything that comes into the United States is also needs to follow the same rules that foods that are produced within the country. What is required? You must keep much more deeper records than you did for any other food. So something you require for a potato record is not the same that you require for tomatoes, because tomatoes tend to go bad much faster than a potato does. Who's subject to the rule? Applies to anyone who manufactures, processes, packs, or holds foods that are on the food traceability list. This includes foods that are used as ingredients as well. So if you speak of tomatoes, it's included. But if you speak of tomatoes in a salad, that particular salad is also included and covered in the final rule. This includes distributors, retail foods establishment, food service, and of course, the growers, packers, and shippers and holders of those items. So how did the FDA decide to put the foods on that list? It wasn't just, looking at data. They went through a very thorough research, lots of hearings, lots of discussions, and they did a scoring system with microbial hazards and chemical hazards, combined those two, and created an aggregated hazard score. If that product got a score of 330 or higher, it ended up on the food traceability list. This is the food traceability list. These are the products that are on it. As you read over it, pay attention to the form it comes in. So there's fresh, there's frozen, there's cut up, there's refrigerated. It matters how that food is served to the population in order for the rule to be applied to it. So with any rule, there's exceptions and there's partial exemptions. So any produce farm that is not subject to the produce safety rule itself is also not, the final rule is not applicable to them either. Small originators of food, direct to customer service, foods that receive commercial process have a kill step. This was one of the polling questions I put on the app, and it was 50-50. So it's a trick question in the sense, once it gets the kill step, if you go back to the tomato and you talk about tomato sauce, once it becomes tomato sauce, the sauce is not applicable to the rule. However, the people who produce the sauce do need to know where the tomato came from in order to do, because the entire goal of the rule is to be able to do recall management, trace a product forwards and back. If somebody gets sick, if a population is endangered by any product, you want to, within seconds, know where the food is, where it came from, what lot number, what batch number, what date, what field, what production facility, what production line. And so even if it's a tomato sauce, which is not covered, the tomato itself is, therefore you must know where that tomato came from. Products rarely consumed raw. Speak of a potato. Potatoes are not ever, rarely, I don't know who eats a raw potato, but if most of us don't, so it's not on the rule. And transporters of food. So what type of data do you collect? So the FDA has divided the data in critical tracking events and key data elements. Your critical tracking events are points in the supply chain where a product would go through the steps from beginning of seeding, harvesting, packing, shipping. Those would be the critical tracking events. The key data elements would be the records that apply to each tracking event. So traceability, lot code, location, farm name, field name, GPS location, batch number, stock number, date, employees who were on that line, who packed the good. Those are all key data elements. Here's an example from the FDA's website. It's just directly from their site. So you can see farm, harvester, cooler, initial pack, produce, processor, distributor, and retail floor establishment. Those are your critical tracking events. The elements below them that say harvest KDEs or cooling KDEs are the key data elements required for each of those tracking events. And I have a slide that will discuss that in greater detail. On this slide, what I do want to make sure you pay attention to is if you look at initial pack, there's a TLC and a little star on top, as well as for produce processor. Those are the two locations in the supply chain where a tomato, if we go back to it, would be transformed from a produce, a harvested good, to an actual product. And at that point, the FDA wants that producer and packer to assign it a traceability lot code. That traceability lot code is the element of data that will trace the product from the beginning of the farm all the way till the tomato becomes ketchup or tomato sauce. And so that is key to FSMA 204. Some examples of key data elements. So if you look at harvesting across the top row, it says product location, commodity description, quantity, unit of measure, the date, farm location, farm name. Those are some examples of the key data elements required. If you go a few rows down to initial pack, and you go all the way at the end, you see it requires the traceability lot code. So that traceability lot code at initial pack will have the information of where and when this product was cooled, but it will also have the information of when and where this product was grown also, so that you can connect the dots from the beginning all the way to the end. Traceability lot code. So the FDA has been very flexible. They have not designated a certain way or method of you to create a traceability lot code. They are very cognizant. Every institution, factory, industry has their own way of labeling or numbering a product. So you are welcome to do it as you do. However, what you must do, according to the rule, is you must document it so that they know if they come and if they request that information. If you are shipping your products to the United States, even then, you must tell them how you are documenting your traceability lot code. So you can use your Julian date, lot number, batch number, production code. We at OpSmart Global encourage people to use GS1. GS1 is a global data system. They have good rules, good standards, and so we encourage people to use GS1, but FDA, of course, is allowing you to choose your own method. They also require that you must have a traceability plan. So if you've been in the food industry, this is not new to you. Everyone has always had some sort of a plan, a traceability plan of knowing where their products are, what it is. This is a little different because then it requires you to take the foods on the food traceability list and actually list them on this plan. It also wants you to know which field you grow it on, where's the GPS locator on it, and put the information in there so they can then narrow down and focus and drill down into the products that are on the food traceability list. And it's, pretty straightforward. So a case study. So as I said, I'm the founder and chief strategy officer for OpSmart Global. We are a traceability software company. We map supply chains and do inventory management. This is one of our clients, Solely Organic. They are the largest indoor growing herb company in the United States. The image there is not theirs, but if you go into one of their growing facilities, it looks just as cool as that picture does. So we went in and we implemented a traceability system across the board for their 15 facilities, as well as made sure they were FSMA compliant. So FSMA compliant means that there's a centralized dashboard. They have about 4 to 5 other IT systems that they use in the organization. All of those IT systems now communicate with each other and are available on the OpSmart dashboard. We provided them an inventory management system. That means they know at any time where product is in either it's in the growing room, it's in the nursery, it's in the storage room, it's in the cooling room, or it's been shipped out. Recall management in order to meet FSMA requirements and also to keep their food safety plan in place. And document management, keeping all the audits and the inspections that you've heard of, they all issue reports. Those reports and audits now have to be in a place where when the auditor shows up or FDA shows up, that you can immediately pull it up and share it with them. So document management system, waste management system to meet 2 goals. One is, of course, the sustainability goal that the company has. The second goal is to meet their own budget and their own requirements to be efficient and not wasteful. So we track every time they harvest and pack something and they chop off the bottom or they throw away the waste, we capture it in the wastage so they know of what they seeded, how much they grew, how much they wasted, and what their numbers look like, because as an organization, that's highly important. And then we do transactional and business intelligence reporting for them. So how does that affect Dubai and Dubai municipality to speak of? So where does all this food we've been eating, this amazing food, come from? Well, it comes from all over the world, right? We've been hearing this number, 85% of food that arrives here is from somewhere else, from over 100 countries, over $14 billion worth of food. Well, all that food leads to a great deal of challenge when it comes to food safety. So there's the data challenge. Lack of standards and harmonization of critical tracking events and key data elements. If I say tomato, you say tomato, you look it up on the computer system, it's not going to match. I was talking to one of the members of the municipality, and they're like, well, there's so many spelling mistakes. So when it comes from Argentina or Africa or Asia or India, they might spell basmati rice different, and the computers don't pick it up, and then somebody has to go in and catch the change or miss a report or miss an incident. So you need a system where everything connects and creates a harmonized data and everybody's speaking the same language. There's also a lack of interoperability. Interoperability is the ability of one computer system to speak to another computer system. So that is another data challenge. There's technology challenge. Many large companies have old legacy systems, which cause a lot of security risk and inefficiencies because they're just not able to do what we need them to do now in the age of digitization. There's existing traceability data and also in those legacy systems, and then it might also be in somebody's PC in an Excel file. It might be in a Google Doc somewhere. Well, if those pieces of information, if you think of them as silos of data, there is data, amazing data, stored in that laptop, in that Google Doc, in that legacy system. But if those systems can't talk to each other, and if we can't pull them all together to share information and remove inefficiencies, then that data is useless. So what this leads to is a need to process change. So changing the mindset, which is what I think there's been a lot of talks about in this conference, and getting people and cultures to understand and think the same way about food safety. Labeling and document standardization. So in the US, I know we've struggled. There's a label called PTI label, the Produce Traceability Initiative label. There was a large group of people, industry, universities, everybody got together and said, okay, let's figure out a standard label so everybody, when they get the shipment, they know what they're looking at. It should have this, it should have this. When things are coming in from all over the world, I'm sure they're not looking and saying the same thing. The last point, and the most important point, I believe, is if upstream and downstream partners are not on the same page for traceability and for food safety, there will always be issues and always be problems. So I believe traceability is the crux and the heart of the next generation of food safety. Just to toot my own horn, in 2021, Mr. Frankianis had a traceability challenge, and our company, OpSmart Global, won the challenge, so we're super proud of that, and we like to share that any chance we get. And thank you so much. The QR code, I believe, is scannable. My information is there. If anybody would like to talk and ask questions or have anything else we can help them with, we'd be happy to do that. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you, Dubai Municipality, for hosting this event.
Thank you so much, Sharmeen, for that insightful introduction and recap on traceability. So the next session is going to be quite interesting because it has a complex title called The Journey from Data Sharing to Food Safety Using Data Trusts. In this session, James will go through technical solutions and some case studies on successful data sharing projects in industry and government. I would like to invite James Doyle, Director of Global Accounts at CRIM Global.
Just make sure the next slide comes up. Well, firstly, I'd like to thank Dubai Municipality, the organisers of what has been a hugely successful conference, and for you for staying with us for the last session of the conference, and I appreciate you all being here today. So as the chair said, my talk is all about the journey, and this journey doesn't end. There is no end, and that's not a bad thing. But it's to take what is a very simple idea, which is sharing data, and what I will focus on today is specifically about public-private data and accessing that and bringing it together all around food safety as a concept. Because food safety, from our opinion, and I think it is shared within this room, within this conference, food safety should be and should always remain non-competitive. So why share it? And there's a lot of fear, and we've heard from, it's a wonderful session to hear all the technologies that enable this. Why share it? And so with the slant, and I could put up various slides here, various triggers and drivers, because the food supply chain is vulnerable. There's a lot of shifting sands. It's under pressure from various drivers, socioeconomic, and here's one example of weather and climate change that's having a real tangible effect. And so this is all July numbers 2023 this year. And I put it up both because of the temperature and also the location. The land temperature in Spain went to 61 degrees Celsius. Now maybe in Dubai that isn't out of the ordinary. For Spain it is. And what's the impact of that? So the olive oil harvest was decimated. No one could go out, harvesters could not go out and work. So sometimes you need to see it, and you need to have tangible impact on your supply chain to affect change. And what I want to talk about today is a technology to have that interoperability, as Charmaine mentioned, so we can share data to overcome a lot of these vulnerabilities that the supply chain is being hit with. And as I said, this is one example. And I take a few points here from the Global Food Security Index, 4 key summaries that they had in 2022. Food security going down the way, affordability as an issue, food security and resilience. We need to build innovation to build up that resilience, ultimately acknowledging the fact that the food supply chain, food security is vulnerable and it's changing. And that's the new norm. I've talked to loads of people across the food supply chain over the last couple of years who are under intense pressure. And some of them are hoping, if I'll get over this hump and then it'll be fine, it'll all go back to the way it was. That isn't. This is the new norm. And so we need to build up resilience around this. And at the bottom here, I took a couple of screenshots of a ranking that they did. And that comes with a caveat. I can understand why they need to do it. I don't agree with it so much. On another day, I'll be quite happy, and I'll be saying I'm from Ireland, so I'll be quite happy to say Ireland are second. Great, job well done, pat ourselves on the back and we move on. But the food supply chain is global. So the weakest performers, that's our problem. So the best performer, Finland, well done. The weakest performance is still your problem. And so this, again, is why we need to share data to bring the collective wisdom and elevate the whole supply chain. And as I said, make it non-competitive. A perfect example where the actual food security score hasn't changed since 2019. So, what is a data trust? What is a mechanism to de-risk the sharing of what is deemed confidential, private data, and bring it together for the collective good? And we've heard from regulators and government authorities quite enviously this week, and I've heard it many times before, saying, I know industry have really good data. I'd love to see a little bit of it. And sometimes never the twain shall meet. And I will give you case studies where I can show you that it does work. People see tangible benefits. They get actionable intelligence every day. So it does work. These are green shoots. Maybe they're greater than green shoots. I don't know what the next term is. But there is definitely tangible benefits coming through. So is it an agreement to share data or a platform? Ultimately, it's both. So it combines the underlying software technology with the framework. And ultimately, that framework is a series of terms and conditions around data governance and so forth. And the platform is a technological solution to implement that governance and framework. And who shares it? Well, ultimately, as I said, what I'm going to talk about today is really both, because if I harp on about that sentence that food security is non-competitive, well, then we need to, because continuing the way we currently are isn't an option anymore. So things have to change. And who can see it? Well, you can control the access as well, and who can see the data. So ultimately, and I'll talk a little bit more about the underlying technology, but I guess there's flexibility for it to breathe, and that's how it's built. It's built in a modular fashion to facilitate and address concerns of partners, and that's ultimately how we've developed it. We've listened to the stakeholders. So there you can have an industry-only scenario, where you can have within industry, these may be divisions or a franchise, and please don't ever believe that the larger the industry, the better they share data or host data. I'm never surprised with how data that's sent to us is still in a handwritten note. It's 2023, that still exists. That's not a problem, we can deal with that, it poses a challenge, but please don't ever believe that the larger the industry, the better data they have, or I guess they're better data ready to share. We can look at from regulators as well, and I'll talk briefly about a case study at the end with the FDA, both within an agency, a government agency, but ultimately the key is to bring multiple federal agencies together to share data. And the ideal scenario is that they ultimately come together in a non-competitive way for the greater good. So I'll pause here for a second just to actually introduce the company. Creme Global is headquartered in Dublin, Ireland. It's a scientific modelling and data science company at the core, but under one roof we have data science, maths and stats teams, data engineering, which is critical. I'll talk briefly about some of the aspects of that. Front-end, back-end software, food and nutrition teams, all those core expertise under one roof to address the concerns of our customers, to build something that works, it's robust, it's scalable, and it addresses a need. So a little bit about the platform architecture. So if we start at it's your bottom left-hand corner, on the two screens, we can have a series of organizations or users that can submit data. And that's a quick and easy, it can be a drag and drop style approach in various formats. I'll talk a little bit about that in a moment. And they drag and drop and it goes into a safe, secure repository. We can anonymize it at that source, at the source of submission, removing metadata if people want. So I guess what we have is a series of dials, technological dials are built within the software to adapt it to the needs. But ultimately we will build a data repository. We can do various other anonymization. We can shuffle the deck again and aggregate that data. And ultimately you're getting towards a series of users, maybe in the same domain, maybe grouped around the same commodity, who now will be able to benchmark their activities or their food safety activities against others, against the collective knowledge. We can also supplement that with various other data sets, and we've seen some wonderful talks already about that, and Fadi mentioned the huge amount of alert data, RASIF, and so forth. And so we can pull all that in and pool that. And then ultimately you end up with the sort of communication hub, which is your advanced visualization tool, and we've seen some of those before. And so they can be adapted and tailored to address specific needs for specific stakeholders. Ultimately as well, it's built around that legal privilege. And so it's inherently built into the system as well. And so then we can scale this beyond. So we can have, and this is an example with the FDA, so we can have various users within one organization, and we can just add in more users. There's various data engineering techniques like sectional access where we can protect your data to make sure it's both not contaminated nor seen by others until it is aggregated and anonymized. But now you're starting to build a major data set, and if you left it there, you may end up with noise. Ultimately, a wealth of data there are not many people that could gain all the key insights needed if you've got a million row Excel. And I asked you, go and pick me the best insights. And I'm going to make a business decision on the feedback that you give me. That's a high-risk strategy. And a spoiler, you won't be able to do it. What we will do is we can build in technology that will do that for you. We'll pick the obvious ones. We'll show you the non-obvious ones. And you can end up with a risk score, risk ranking, a vulnerability score, especially in this constantly changing dynamic supply chain. And then we can pull in the power of, this is where it gets very interesting, especially for a lot of our team, because they can pull in the power of machine learning then to actually move from insight to foresight. And maybe for the first time, move away from putting out fires to staying ahead and predict where they occur. So a little bit about user provisioning. They're sort of self-explanatory, but ultimately we've got control of that stage from submitter, approver, that can be within your organization. So I guess there's a bit of a safeguard built in inherently, administrator and data viewer. And it may be that you don't want your submitter to also view a dashboard. We ultimately have control to switch on as needed. Something a little bit about the system architecture, the data engineering. I won't go heavily into this, but again, it's to remove the barriers to join and participate. So we can ingest data pretty much in any form. Some of them come with their pros and cons, but in any form. And especially when you look at the likes of APIs, everything else on this screen, everything is automated. So there's nothing you need to do. All you do is maybe get an email alert, maybe the vulnerability score has changed, or it prompts you to go to the dashboard to review. So I'm going to go to 3 case studies in the last few minutes. And so the first one is the Food Industry Intelligence Network. And this is, again, a data collection platform, data sharing platform, a data trust. There's legal privilege involved in this. It's all around food authenticity. And so there's a series of members. That's the landing page where they log in. And I know they have a stand over there, Camden BRI, our collaborative members, and work very closely with us and the Fin team to deliver this time and time again. It's been working. It's been active since 2018. It rose 10 years, actually the anniversary is this year, out of the horse meat scandal. And one of the big recommendations that came out of the Chris Elliott report, which was commissioned by the British government, was that industry needs to share data. And so this is claims. And we have a series of members growing all the time, which is wonderful. And nobody now talks to me about, well, what happens, or I'm fearful about my data. The only conversation I get is, how do I upload? How and when? And so we have various legal privileges built into that. I won't go into all the details, but this is all around food authenticity. And so they now have the collective sharing, the collective knowledge. You might do 1 or 2 lab tests a month. There is no way you can afford or have the time to raise that to the 5,000 that the collective submit in a given food commodity space. And then you can start to see your trends and insights. Only then, without that, there's no way. And so this is a very simplified version of incoming data through the legal privilege, aggregated insights. And of course, now the next step is to wrap that with some machine learning technology and various algorithms to move from insight to foresight. And these are some of the key benefits. I think I've already mentioned them, but prediction and prevention. Western growers. So this may be, as mentioned once or twice already, the conference is nearly 200 years old as an association, 1826. But they've also mentioned the salad bowl of the world. So this is the Salinas Valley, 1.4 million acres of arable land feeding America. I thought we did good farming in Ireland. It's on a whole different scale. And my belief, and I could be corrected and stand corrected on this, I believe this is the first time formally those shared data together. competitors, traditionally competitors, and that's okay. It's okay to be competitive, but they're sharing food safety data non-competitively and gaining benefit and insights. They gain actionable insights. They can make data-informed decisions. Similar sort of platform. We try to keep it nice and simple. This is an example of one of the portals. As I said, you get nice alerts, you drag and drop, and then through data engineering and ETL processes and so forth, which I won't go into, it automatically updates your dashboard. And they have various dashboards like this where they can get the granularity that they need, and very quickly we can adapt dashboards. Once you have the data warehouse and your data house in order, actually how you communicate that out is just down to talking and adapting to different stakeholders. And some of the benefits as well, one of the key ones there, and it links with the next example I'm going to give, is reduced costs. And that's okay to say that. It's okay that there is a competitive advantage to doing this, because things cannot remain. There needs to be change, but what we're offering here is a non-disruptive change. It complements existing processes, and people can buy into it. And so the last example I'll give is a project that's been ongoing for a while now with the FDA, a very productive project, one that's quite close to my heart, in around seafood. So 94% of all seafood is imported into the US. And there's some phenomenal checks and measures around that. But again, as a regulator, as an agency, it's capacity management. What do I check, where and when? And so ultimately what we're looking to do is offer them insights, collective insights, beyond what they currently have and beyond what their current budget can afford or do. And so here's probably a three sort of screen graphic of a login page, a place to upload data, and then dashboards alongside that. And the same again, once we have that in place, we can actually start to mine that and put context on it through machine learning techniques and the likes of analytical AI as well, which brings in natural language processing and the likes. But this is, and the likes of Finn and Western growers, like Finn has been talked would mention this himself, but he's quite independent actually, though he recommended it. It's seen as the gold standard in data sharing globally. Time and time again, he's asked, how can I roll this out? And probably what I would say is contact me, is probably the easiest one, because it can be done. And each of these people are gaining actionable intelligence and making decisions through data, because things have to change. So I'll leave it there. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle, for that insightful explanation on data usage. If you'd like to have any more questions, please contact him through Wova. All questions can be there. Moving on to the next session, Tech-Forward Sustainability, Navigating the Future of Food with Nutritics. Karen is a senior executive on the integrity and compliance team at Nutritics. The integrity and compliance team ensures the credibility of the system through the delivery of a robust and transparent food data. Karen has over 7 years of experience supporting food service operators and helping companies to streamline their processes and manage their food data with Nutritics. Karen is passionate about the intersection of nutrition and technology and holds a BSc honors degree in nutritics and health science. She is currently completing a research leading to master's degree with Nutritics and MTU based on technology, dietary assessment methods, and identifying opportunities for improvement in the area. I'd like to welcome Karen onto the stage.
Thank you. Great. Hi everyone, I'm Karen and I'm from Nutritics, and it's so great to be here with you all today. I've really enjoyed the first few sessions on technology, and I'm here to continue on the conversation and focus on all things food, nutrition, technology and sustainability. So during the session, just figuring this out. So during the session, I'll take you through who Nutritics are, what we do. I'll talk a bit about sustainability, food reformulation, and then we'll talk about the benefits of using technology for food data management. For those of you who aren't familiar with who Nutritics are, we are the go-to company for all things food data. We are the experts. Our vision is to have our best-in-class technology to be the world's most trusted source of food information and to enable better and more informed food choices. And we're helping to educate the world about the impact of food through better data. We are a global food data management software that helps to unlock the quality, transparent, and really important for food safety here, of course, traceable food data, and to have it available when it matters most, powered by software to automate those processes. So we are used in over 175 countries, and we have food data for over 6 million food items, which have been sourced from international and local suppliers alongside national and branded data. We do operate internationally, as I said, but I just wanted to highlight some of our main customers in this UAE area. They include Emirates, Accuro, and ADNH Compass. So, what do we have to offer? After 10 years of working with our customers, we've developed a really nice suite of integrated products that fulfill the needs of the majority of stakeholders that are involved in food. And I suppose it's important to say that we started out originally as a dietary analysis tool, and we were used originally by clinical dietitians, elite sport athletes, and academic researchers. So we do have that clinical and academic setting that we are now using to empower the food service industry with. We have worked with and listened to our customers and developed out these products to solve actual operational challenges and issues. I've pulled out a couple of our features over the next slide or two that I'd like to highlight. So the recipe workspace within the software it's our powerhouse really, and it's where all the heavy lifting happens. So this workspace lets food businesses to track and review really comprehensive data at a recipe level. So this includes nutritional profile, costs, ingredients, allergens, portion sizes, carbon emissions and water use, and different markers of healthfulness like the UK high-fat sugar salt, Nutri-Score, and the Health Star rating for our Australian and New Zealand users. Once the recipes are in the system, our reformulation and nutrition and health claim feature is a great example of how Nutritics are automating processes to support businesses to work smarter and not harder. Nutritics will help you out to reformulate your recipes to improve the nutritional profile, and it will suggest some changes that you can make to improve the profile of your recipes. Then any nutrition or health claims that can be made on that recipe based on the nutrient profile will be automatically generated for you. And anyone here that works on this knows that the manual calculation of complying with nutrition and health claims is a lot and very, very time consuming. So to have these generated as you build your recipes is really, really time saving. Then once you're happy with the results of your reformulation and your claims, you can create labels for your dishes. The same as the recipe workspace, it's a drag and drop and really user-friendly interface, and you can customize the information that you display on the label, and we have territory-specific compliance built in. So again, making it really easy for you to do your job. And then the last feature that I'll mention here is our menu publishing and digital menus. So again, you have all your recipes in the system, and this is just another way to display accurate and up-to-date information to your customers. So the idea here is that you will publish your offerings to a TV or a tablet display, or you could add a QR code to your menu to show the information on a smartphone. The really, really great thing with the labels, menus, and any information that you display to your customers is that if any of the nutrition, allergen, portion size, any data on your recipe level is updated in the system, it will automatically carry through to the menu on display. So moving on to sustainability, and I won't add to the scary statistics that we've all been hearing, especially over the past couple of weeks with COP being on and this food safety conference, but I'd like to introduce our recently launched tool, which is called Foodprint, and it's an automatic carbon footprint scoring calculator. So we use the most up-to-date LCA databases to match your foods and ingredients to a carbon and water value. And as you're working in the software, as you're adding your recipes to Nutritics, the Foodprint score will automatically calculate based on those ingredient values. So just to mention that Foodprint has been developed out under a European-funded project, and it's called Life Climate Smart Chefs. So the aim of this project is to really increase the awareness of the relationship between food and climate change internationally, and it's to really bring chefs in as active change makers and, to make them promoters of low-emission, nutritious and affordable diets. Nutritics are the technology partner involved in this project. And one of the great things about this is the training course that we are running. So the chefs go through 4 weeks of online training, and during this we train the chefs on food, nutrition, sustainability, food waste, and of course our technology. We then work hands-on with chefs in the prestigious culinary school Alma, which is based in Italy, and we work hands-on with them to make their recipes more sustainable while keeping the nutritional profile of the recipes balanced and keeping the dish tasty. And it's really, really good to work with them in person and, make those ingredient swaps, portion changes, and see the data updating in real time in Nutritics to base the chef's decisions on. Through the project, we're creating a network of chefs, and we're also launching an award to recognize the great work that these chefs are doing. We've also published a strategic paper, and it's based on challenges and opportunities of sustainability in this sector, which is going to be used to guide future initiatives. I'll talk about that a little bit more later on. Just to highlight here again that we are and we have worked on the experts to develop out this tool, Foodprint, and we've got our own sustainability lead, Laura Kerwin, involved. She's up presenting after me. We've got researchers, we've got food sustainability experts, nutrition lecturers, so it's just really important to note the scientific background that we do have behind this system. So I've just added a short video here to probably explain better than I have the project and just to give some more context around what we're working on.
Food is not just food. Food is part of us, of our way of life. Food is a choice. If much of total GHG emissions are due to the food system, actions for a green revolution also take place in the kitchen. And all chefs are called to play a central role in this revolution. The Life Climate Smart Chefs project aims to empower chefs to create a climate-smart, sustainable and healthy food system in the European Union. It provides chefs with the knowledge and tools to reduce the environmental impact of food. How? With the implementation of a high-level training course for chefs, the development of a digital tool to design climate-smart menus, the creation of an award dedicated to climate-smart chefs, the creation of an EU network of chef associations. The Life Climate Smart Chefs project actively involves European chefs as game changers. Food is a key factor in mitigating climate change. It's easy to join us. We're already on the same team. Empowering chefs to promote healthy and sustainable food. Taking care of food means taking care of the planet.
Great, and that video always motivates me so much, and I hope it all did the same for you and makes me really excited for the work that we're doing. So next up, what do the badges mean? What do our foodprint badges mean? So each ingredient and recipe has been given a grade in order to make it as easy as possible to understand the environmental impact. The A to E grades show whether the environmental impact of a food or recipe is considered low or high, and then the droplets show how much water was used to produce each food and badge. So red and orange are high carbon, and you should try to eat smaller amounts of these or less often. The yellow then medium carbon, these are sustainable as main meals. And the green, low carbon, you can eat as many of these as you like. So from our experience working with chefs, they tend to panic when they see the badges, and they kind of think that they need to have on their menus all A's and B's, but what we like to tell them is that we encourage a balance of colours. If your menu is all orange and red, try to balance these out with a few reds or greens. So just a nice balance of colours, and we're helping chefs and food service to do that. Another bit going on around the validation and credibility of Foodprint. Nutritics has partnered with these next few organisations to ensure that Foodprint is robust and has the flexibility to evolve as the regulatory and scientific landscape most definitely will evolve. So I've already mentioned the experts Foodprint was developed with under the Life Climate Smart Chef project, but also thought it was key to mention that we are regularly assessed by European Commission monitor visits, and as the video would have shown, at the end of this project, we will have had 500 chefs using this tool. Under another one of our Horizon projects, Go Green Routes, we have a number of studies ongoing to validate Foodprint in university settings, and we're looking at consumer perception and sales impact of adding these badges to a menu. And it's just cut off on the slide there, but Nutritics also have a formal partnership with the Waste and Resources Action Programme, so that's WRAP, and they do have regular input into the system. An interesting publication that we've recently presented at the European Public Health Conference last month looked at 110 food offerings at a UK university catering site, and we did look at both nutritional and environmental impact. It was really interesting and amazing to see that about 70% of the food offerings were classed as both healthy and sustainable, and the average CO2 footprint was 0.49 kg per serving, so a B score on Foodprint, and that was really great. Moving on to another hot topic at the moment, especially in Ireland and the UK, is food reformulation. So I think everyone is aware that overweight and obesity are one of the biggest threats to public health in Ireland and a lot of other countries. The Department of Health in Ireland is calling on the food industry to reduce calories, saturated fat, sugar and salt in the products and meals that they produce by 2025. Here are the targets for Ireland before 2025. So to have a 10% reduction on food groups that contribute to salt intake, 20% reduction on food groups that contribute to sugar intake, 10% reduction on the saturated fat content, and 20% reduction in calories, with a strong focus on product categories that contribute to children's intake. And reformulation is possible, so I just wanted to mention quickly a success story. So Sodexo identified a need for lower calorie, yet nutrient-rich dense food across their food program for corporate service sites. So from a period of time, 2 medium-sized sites trialled menus that featured full displays of nutritional values and calorie counts. And Nutritics software was used to reduce calories while increasing plant-based fibre content. And this project was specifically for the sedentary workforce. So Sodexo aimed to adjust the recipes and preparation of main dishes at these sites, and they did reformulate them to have an average 600 calories. So as I said, reformulation is just such an important topic at the moment, and it's not just aimed at improving public health, but it's also about reformulating to make recipes more sustainable too. So some of the work has been published, that the work has been done on Climate Smart Chef, and the results were just amazing. So almost 50% reduction in carbon emission and 34% reduction in water use after we worked with them with Nutritics and Foodprint to reformulate their dishes. So yeah, it's really motivating to see what can be done when we work together. And on the topic of reformulation, of course, we're always playing around with the data in Nutritics and Foodprint to see what the data shows. So here we've taken a classic lasagna dish and we've swapped out some key ingredients over these 5 recipes. So we've got completely vegan, vegetarian, corn, beef, and then we've swapped out some of that beef for lentils. So you can see here how nice and transparent it is to be able to see the impact swapping out ingredients and, you know, the difference that it can make to recipes. So obviously the beef is always going to be an E, but if we even look at the difference that swapping out some of that beef for lentils makes, yeah, you can see it in the values there. So wrapping up shortly now, I just wanted to mention again some of the benefits that using technology for managing and maintaining food data, nutrition, allergens, and sustainability, just to bring it into more context. So technology will ensure that you have the most up-to-date nutritional information for your recipes and menus on display. It ensures comprehensive and up-to-date allergen information to manage and communicate allergen information effectively. It will support you to comply with regulations as it's all updated in real time to reflect those changes that are being updated in regulation. And for menu engineering, we've seen how important that the chefs have found it when designing menus. And sustainability for market advantage, why apart from the climate impact would a company, you know, make changes to their menu offerings? So cost savings, reformulating recipes reduces ingredient costs of up to 15%. Having healthier options and using plant-based ingredients increase profits of up to 5%, and I think almost 70% of young adults said that they would change their favorite retailer if it's not meeting sustainability standards. So that's really important. The younger generation, they know that there's an issue and they're willing to pay for it. I'm just going to skip to the next slide because I'm running out of time, but I just wanted to have a quick look at this, and it's a really popular dish in Ireland and the UK, so fish and chips, and we just focused on some recipe modifications to see what just small changes could do. So we swapped out the beef dripping oil to vegetable oil, we reduced down the portion size of cod a small bit, we reduced the quantity of batter, and we replaced half of the ale with sparkling water. So the changes to sustainability-wise was amazing, and it brought it from an E to a C grade. It's slightly cut off there. But in terms of nutritionals and also looking back at those reformulation targets, it has reduced all of those salt, fat, saturated fat, and it also reduced the cost. So Foodprint is important for consumer behavior and nudging, and we are interested to see what happens, you know, when this information is available in front of people. In one of our pilots in Dubai, we found that consumers choosing an E-rated meal decreased by 3%. That was only over a small amount of time, but even that over a larger amount of time is massive in environmental impact and uptake of healthier options. So just to finish up, we want to help everyone to work smarter and not harder, and we do believe in a future where food information is easily accessible when it matters most, and at Nutritics we're automating those processes by using software. So thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you, Karen, for the presentation. As always, if you have any questions, please get in touch with her through Mover. So, moving on to the next session. We're still on Nutritics, and it's around enhancing nutrition, sustainability, and transparency. So, Nutritics develops software to help businesses unlock the hidden value of food data in real time, to manage recipes, create labels, plan and publish menus, and measure environmental impact. Nutritics is working as a technology partner on a number of international research projects and with industry clients on environmental data and transparent reporting. Nutritics works closely with hospitality and food service providers and can provide key insights into challenges and priorities for operators in relation to data transparency across the food system. Laura is a sustainability lead at Nutritics and holds a PhD in sustainable diets from University College Dublin. She is a registered nutritionist and has worked in the European Food Safety Authority and for the European Food Information Resource. She was vice chair of the Sustainable Health Systems Committee for the European Health Parliament and is passionate about the role of technology in the transition to sustainable businesses. Please welcome Laura to the stage.
Hi, everyone, and thanks very much to Bobby and everyone at Dubai Municipality for the invitation to speak today, and a big happy birthday to Bobby. So my talk today is on tech-forward promotion of nutrition and sustainability in schools. I had a really lucky job here today because Karen, my colleague, has done such a good job of introducing Nutritics to everyone, and she's covered a lot of topics, which is great, so thanks to Karen. Perfect. So I've divided the presentation into 4 different areas today, just to make sure nobody falls asleep and everyone can follow along. On the first section, I'm just going to give an overview of Nutritics and a bit of context. Section 2, I'm going to look at healthy eating, moving on into sustainability, and then I'm going to cover a really nice event that some of you here may have heard about, COP28, which is obviously in Dubai over the last 2 weeks, and some future initiatives. So I think everyone here is probably aware of this, but what we're experiencing globally today is a global syndemic. What is a global syndemic? It's a mix of multiple health problems that team up and make each other's worse on a worldwide scale. So overweight and obesity, undernutrition, and climate change. So everyone has heard all the negativity around climate change and progress, I suppose, over the last couple of weeks and months, but there are some positive statistics out there. For example, it's estimated that over 55% of future global warming can be avoided from improved production practices, a universal adoption of healthy, sustainable diets, and also food waste reduction. So there is some significant action that we can take, particularly in the food service sector. So on the food system, is the food system today currently fit for purpose? Up to 828 million people currently suffer from hunger. Add to this, almost 40% of adults are currently overweight. 22% of adult deaths are diet-related. About 70% of global fresh water is currently used in agriculture, and about 90% of the global water footprint. The food system is responsible for almost 90%, a massive 86% of biodiversity loss, and about 21 to 37% of greenhouse gas emissions, which is just massive. Add to this, about 14% of food produced is actually lost, and 17% of food is wasted. So I think we can all agree here that it is quite unethical, and there's a lot of work to be done in food service. So by 2050, in the absence of significant action, greenhouse gas emissions are expected to increase by 50%, global energy demand by 80%, and there's a lot of other statistics on the screen there that show that we're not moving in the right direction, and we need to take significant action today to make sure we have a livable future. So there's a quote that I really like that relates to data. Without data, you're just another person with an opinion. And I think everyone here can agree that around sustainability, everyone has a very strong opinion. So what we do across the food service sector is we convert the data from science, from academia, peer-reviewed data points that are used regularly in policy making into a usable format for industry. And what do they use our system to do? They are able to set standards and follow it, so they can set criteria on nutrition, cost, sustainability metrics, and make sure their chefs and users at different stages and different levels across their business are standing them. We provide data to support tenders, so caterers come to us and say, we've been given a case study, we need to prove that our food service is healthy and sustainable. Can you support us in doing this? That's what our system helps them to do. We support data-driven decisions, and this is really important to make sure that any decisions being made across food service, across the industry, are future-proofed, and we're not looking back in 5 years' time saying that we actually reformulated our whole food service offering based on sustainability. We forgot to look at nutrition, we forgot to look at health, or we didn't factor cost into the equation. We also provide real-time data insights, so not only can chefs view the nutrition metrics, the sustainability metrics as they're creating recipe and menus, but companies can actually benchmark their current food offering and say, okay, in 2022, we estimate that this was the environmental impact and nutritional adequacy of our current food offering. Where do we want to be next year? What's realistic? And what does that look like when we try and convert it into numbers? As I already mentioned, we convert scientific data into a usable format for industry, and we really enable, I suppose, data-based creation of healthy, sustainable, and very important, profitable recipes and menus for businesses. So I suppose just on, who we are in Nutritics, we have, over just about 10, it was our 10-year anniversary this year, so we have 10 years of really hands-on experience working with clients in the food industry sector, internationally. We have a very deep understanding of food data. What does that mean? I suppose someone who did a PhD on sustainability and nutrition, when I work with people in Nutritics, I'm always surprised by, the level of competency and expertise that we have across the business around nutrition, sustainability, regulation and legislation. Even when I'm speaking with some of the sales team members, they start talking about regulation, and it's just great that it's across the whole business and that, baseline level of knowledge is really strong. We have a serious track record. The clients that we have long-term. We've been working with some of them for 10 years now. We do speedy onboarding, and this is one that's really important as well, that when you choose to work with Nutritics, what do? We go out to all your suppliers, we get the data, we get the product specs, and we get all that information into the system, and we're able to scale. So I would say we are one of few, if not the only company that can scale internationally and handle big data on nutrition, sustainability, and cost, which is something that we're really proud of. Just to give a few numbers, I know Karen mentioned some of these already. We do work across a number of industries. So education, I did a talk yesterday at the conference about nutrition for schoolhood. So we do work across a number of different industries, healthcare, sport, research, and different things. We have over 6 million foods in the system. Again, something we're very proud of, because this means that we have a massive database on a number of products and recipes in the system, and we work with over 130,000 customers internationally. And what is our aim? We aim to unlock value from quality, transparent, traceable food data, which is readily available when it matters most, powered by software to automate processes. So having the data there when you need it, or if something happens, is just massively important. So Karen went through some of these already. The main point I just want to make is that the development of any of our modules or systems is driven by the client. So a client would come to us and say, oh, I'm spending so much time, our employees are spending so much time on creating recipes, or we want to look at the environmental impact of our food, and we say, okay, let's take it back in-house, do the research and science around it, and then we develop it out. So any of the platforms that we have in Nutritics is there to solve a problem for the industry. So just on to healthy eating, sometimes we get caught up in a lot of the really in-depth science and different things like that, but what is the function of food? So food has many functions, and the main ones and the most important ones are around energy. We need food for growth, repair, movement, metabolism. We need it for structure, for bones, muscles, tendons, and we need it for protection. So good health, building up immune systems, and to prevent disease. How can Nutritics support healthy eating? What we have developed in the system is really intuitive, chef-led systems to allow the development of healthy, sustainable recipes, and you don't need a formal education in health, care, nutrition, or sustainability to do it. As you can see on the screen, everything is color-coded, complies with the relevant legislation that's selected in the system, and as you can see here, the fat, saturated fat, and salt would be considered high in this recipe per serving. Really easy to tell that because it's color-coded in red. We also have the reformulation tool. This is one that I suppose everyone's really excited about at the minute. So what it does is the chef enters the system. They can see exactly where the nutrient that is high is coming from. And what it does is it gives them suggestions on how to reformulate the recipe or menu to be more sustainable, healthier, or reduce those high nutrients. On this one, you can see there's some generic recommendations, but it also says, you know, do you need the chili sauce in your recipe? Do you need the cheddar cheese? Can you have this as add-ons in the recipe? Can you add it as an option for a consumer to add it? We also have automated a very complex calculation you might be familiar with, which is the high in fat, sugar and salt, HFSS rating. Very complicated, the scale. They didn't go with very simple 1 to 10 scale, which is a bit unfortunate. So foods with a score of 4 or more, or drinks with a score of 1 or more are considered unhealthy, and this originated in the UK. Our system automates it. You have all the scores, and what it allows you to do from a data and food service perspective is to generate an output from the system. You can sort the file from high to low, and you can say that, okay, 20% of our recipe offerings are over 10. We're going to focus our strategy around reformulating those 100 recipes. Next year, we're going to fix our 7 to 10 scored recipes, and it gives you really important data insights on how to strategize around, you know, the future of food service in your business. We also have the Nutri-Score rating, which is a European used one. Again, color-coded scale from A to E, really complex calculation. The chef just builds the recipe and they're given the score and recommendations for improvement. We also automate a really important factor in food service, allergens and labelling. So you can see here any of the allergens in flagged in blue, really easy to trace it back to where it's coming from. And we do have a live API feed. So if a supplier changes any of the products in the system, it feeds right through the system. So your allergens are updated in real time. Again, you're mitigating and reducing the risk around allergens for your business. We also have Libro dietary tracking, so it's actually a mobile app, definitely the future of dietary tracking and recall. What it allows you to do is to track where you are on your nutrient targets and scan barcodes and add foods to the system to see how you're getting on day to day. And I really think this is the future of healthy eating and seeing how people are meeting their nutrient recommendations. Just on to sustainability quickly here. What is sustainability? So sustainability is a practice of meeting present needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Also known as saving the planet for the next generation. Usually fits around 3 key principles: environmental stewardship, social responsibility and economic viability. And sometimes people tend to focus on the environmental part, but the social responsibility around sourcing from suppliers, local suppliers, and economic viability, making sure your business is sustainable in the long term financially, is also another key factor. What is a sustainable diet? So it's hard enough to develop food service offerings that fit in around the healthy eating guidelines. Just to make it more complicated, there are more factors to now consider. So a sustainable diet is defined as diets with low environmental impact that contribute to food and nutrition security and to healthy lives for present and future generations. There's a big expectation around sustainable diets at the minute that they're just low carbon. That's not the reality. In the definition, there's actually a lot of factors to consider. They need to be accessible, culturally acceptable. The same sustainable diet is not the same in every country. It needs to be economically fair and affordable, nutritionally adequate, one that I wish was integrated more in the conversation around sustainable diets, optimize natural and human resources, and a few other factors. So it's getting more complicated, and that's where we need data and software to support evidence-based decisions. There are a lot of aims of sustainable healthy diets. Not going to spend a lot of time at this one, but there's 5 main factors, and that is around preventing malnutrition, reducing diet-related non-communicable diseases, physical, mental and social well-being, and also optimal growth and development of all individuals. So I'm just going to move on a bit quickly here because I'm running out of time. So Karen spoke about food print earlier. About 2 years ago, our clients came to us and said, we want to put environmental impact into the system. So over the last 2 years, we've been rolling it out, I suppose, internationally for clients. It automatically matches all of your products and recipes into the best available data point on carbon and water. This is what it looks like on recipes. What this allows you to do in real time is to say, okay, my recipe is an E, how can I reformulate it? When you look at the ingredients, what you can see is the high impact ingredients in this case are the mozzarella cheese and the meat and sauce. So chefs can see straight away what the high carbon impact ingredients are. And again, it's really easy to use for the chefs and those working in food service. Grouping and sharing, I suppose one of the pilots that we did actually in Dubai, it was rolled out in a workplace, and what they did was they developed a campaign around food print, and what they did was they developed a database of recipes that were healthy and sustainable, really easy, shared them down to the sites and rolled out the pilot. And you can see even the marketing around it and the communication just looks really nice. Also really easy once you generate it on menus, very easy to identify the menus. The recipes on the menus that are considered high carbon, high water, again, very easy to use data to inform your strategy around climate action. Karen went through these ones, and in the interest of time, just going to move on to COP28. So one thing that we're really proud of at Nutritics is it's our 10-year anniversary this year, and we were actually the chosen software provider for the food data at COP28. And what that means is every single food vendor to over 60,000 attendees displayed in a really modern and tech-forward manner allergens, nutrition and sustainability. First time it's been done at scale, first time it's been done at COP for all food vendors. So out of this, there's a new initiative coming. I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but it's climate conscious catering, and it allows food service at all levels to develop 1.5 degree aligned menus using Nutritics software. And there was a quote that I really liked that came out of COP28 this year as well that said, the scientific community is ready to support the outcomes of COP28 in shaping climate action based on science. But science by itself is no substitute for action. And what we've seen at COP28 this year is massive action. What you can see on the screen there as well on the laptop is what it looked like when a user opened the QR code. You can see the color codes even at a distance here. You can see what the healthier and more sustainable options look like. Not going to go into too much detail on this. So it was 4,000 recipes were entered in only 2 months as well. So in 2 months, all the food vendors, 100 food vendors, entered 4,000 recipes into the system, and everything ran very smoothly. So I think it is proof that climate conscious catering can work at scale. And the 1.5 degree aligned menu ensured that delegates could enjoy a breakfast, lunch and dinner and a snack within their daily carbon budget. Not going to go too much on this, but there was 4,000 recipes, over 260 menus, and there's some stats there around what we delivered. We did it in the amazing ICCA, the International Centre for Culinary Arts in Dubai. We ran a workshop in October doing hands-on reformulation and software training with all the food vendors, which went really well. I'm just going to move on to this. So if you want to actually have a look at one of the menus from COP28, this is one menu out of 264. If you hold up your phone, you can actually look at it on your screen. This is the future of food service and what it will look like, what a tech-forward future of food service looks like. And one important thing to know if you look at it on your phone is that the allergens, you don't have to depend on your staff. There's such a high turnover in food service as well that you're not depending on your staff members to orally inform people about their allergens. What they can do is filter down through all the food service options and select any options that are suitable for their allergies. So just some stats here. We were able to benchmark food service across COP28 for the first time. So now we know what progress looks like at COP29. And the average carbon across the 4,000 recipes was about 0.68. It was considered sustainable. And about 90% of the food service offerings were less than 1 kilogram of carbon. So now we know what the future looks like next year. And also what we need to do next year is integrate sales data and production data into that. So I'm just going to go through some of these. The last thing I just wanted to show is production sheets. So a lot of food waste and unsustainable menu design comes from a lack of planning. What we also have in the system is users can select the menu that they're going to produce today, this week, put in the estimated serving sizes, and it gives them the exact amounts of each supply that they need from each supplier to create that number of meals across the menu. We also, just to, I suppose, show that the number of metrics that we have in the system are massive. We provide data insights on tracking across a massive number of metrics around nutrition, sustainability, cost, and different factors. Really, really important for evidence-based change in food service. And also, you're able to generate reports around the data. So just to finish off here, Her Excellency Mariam Al-Maheri said at COP28, which I thought was really nice, food is the unspoken weapon in climate action. It's one thing that we've seen only spoken about for the first time at the COP28 conference this year. And I suppose this bold ambition, what we did at COP28 was a benchmark of how to cater for huge events like COP28. There's now no excuse for events going forward not to have sustainable, healthy food service. And she gave us a really nice shout out where she said, in collaboration with Nutritics, we're meticulously analysing the menu offerings, and what it allowed them to do is to provide meals that were nutritious, environmentally responsible and delicious. So I think it's the first time it's been done at scale, and hopefully we'll see it a lot more in the future. So thanks everyone for listening. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'd love if you reached out to us at Nutritics at the email addresses, or you can add me on LinkedIn. Thanks very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Laura, for that lovely presentation. As she said, if you need to reach out with her, the contact details are on WOVA as well. So we'll move on to the next session, enhancing food security outcomes in UAE using digital tools with Watermelon. So in July 2021, Watermelon was established, a food and beverage ecosystem to help all entities within that value chain manage and advance their businesses. Watermelon is quickly establishing itself as a market leader and essential tool for everyone working within the food and beverage space. Today, Watermelon has grown to become an instrumental part of the food security initiatives of the UAE, and is the partner platform for the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment. Omar Al-Shamsi sits on the 6-member task force for the National Farm Sustainability Initiative of the Ministry, which is tasked to improve the local circular economy of the food and beverage industry. And Watermelon is playing a vital role in realizing that initiative. Mr. Omar Al-Shamsi has spent most of his career in the investment field. Omar graduated from Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland, Ohio, with a Bachelor of Science in Accounting and a Master's of Law from the University of Dublin. He also holds a degree in Executive MBA from INSEAD, with a focus on the digital world. His career started with Daman Securities, where he helped establish and grow the local UAE Securities office in Abu Dhabi and take a market lead. He moved to Dubai Group, which is a company owned by Dubai Holdings, and was stationed in Hong Kong to be part of the management team for the North Asian investment books. He was actively involved in public and private equity investment trading. He later moved to National Bank of Abu Dhabi to manage their investment and treasury division, later on becoming the chief of staff for the bank. Today, some of the clients that he has worked with include 25 Dubai government entities, including the Dubai Digital Authority and the Ministry of Finance and Al Dara Properties. Please welcome Mr. Omar Al-Shamsi to the stage.
Well, thank you very much. That was a pretty extensive profile of me. I haven't had it advertised like that before. I'm a little bit we're running a little bit behind. We're waiting for the presentation to be up. But until that happens, restaurants. And we realized that that wasn't enough. The ecosystem needed more. And to do that, we expanded, of course, the ecosystem. And now we have everything from service providers to financial service providers to logistics, all the way to your standalone suppliers that will sell you one or two items to, most important for us, of course, are the farmers of the locales that we work in. So what we decided is that since we have a passion for food and a passion for this industry, we had to make sure that we have also a positive impact on this industry. I'm sure you've heard it multiple times today. Our industry commits 30% of the carbon dioxide that's being emitted today in the world, and it's up to us to ensure that we have the ability to reduce that, or we'd reduce that. And that's why for us, our essential ESG goals that we look at on a regular basis are the environmental impact that we are having, the social impact that we are having, and most importantly, ensuring that there is governance across the board and across the value chain when it comes to the food and beverage industry. Now, how do we do that? We have a few examples here, one of many, but the beauty about ecosystems is that they create what is called a network effect. Once you have a community, you essentially start to become part of a network. And those who have been through networking and networking exercises will understand that there's a big power that comes with that. First of all, it enhances the responsibility. It ensures that people do the right thing because the network will be affected. So you're not only doing it for your own good, you understand that if you do something for your own good and not think about the person next door or the person that's in that network, you will affect them either positively or negatively, and everybody wants to have a positive view of themselves as well as have a positive view on themselves. As an organization or as an individual. So today, some of the things that we do to help with our goals for food security is we are building a demand forecasting engine. So what this will do is this will help our farmers as well as our suppliers and manufacturers understand what it is that they need to farm, what they need to manufacture to ensure that we reduce the amount of food loss that is out there. More importantly, they won't need to, as distributors, to stock up too much and therefore find themselves in situations where they have near expiry products that they need to get rid of, which can create a very big security concern, because if they cannot get rid of it in the local market, they're going to find markets outside the country that will accept those. And I think we all know the stories of how people like to change labels in different markets so that they can move products. So that is something that we essentially are stopping. Of course, we have the real-time inventory management, and by having that, we're able to create that demand forecasting engine. More importantly, I as an organization, whether it be a restaurant, hotel, catering company, or supplier, understand how the movement of my product is happening within my organization, and therefore help me in managing that. And we, of course, leverage our technology to reduce that waste reduction. So not only are we trying to help the demand and the use of the products that you have, we also help in ensuring that whatever products that you may have that's in excess, we can use in different methods. So we have very good companies that will come in, take used food to give, of course, to those that are in need, or use it to create soil, or even recycle it so that it can be used in many other forms, such as biodiesel, etc. And we are very much a promoter of creating circular economy practices. We believe that we need to have a perfect circle, a perfect environment where whatever is grown is being used and eaten, and if it's not eaten, it's being put back in the earth, and therefore the earth gets the nutrition, and that nutritional value continues to create a circle, and therefore increasing the nutritional density of whatever it is that was farmed the first time. A lot of farmers will tell you getting soil from produce that has been, of course, farmed on open air, etc., is much better than going and getting your artificial kind of soils that are built with genes with other products. Now, because of our capabilities and because of creating a network and community for the food and beverage industry, we have uniquely been able to bring the farmer closer to the end consumer. And this, of course, is an extremely important aspect of how we run our business. Because by doing that, we are working or essentially ensuring that there is a sustainability in the food security for whatever locale we're working in. At the moment, we're in the UAE, and therefore, food security in the UAE is extremely important for us as an organization, for the country, of course, but for us as an organization, and making sure that the farmer has the ability to make the largest margin possible from their products allows us to ensure that this farmer can have a sustainableness that they can grow and reinvest in for themselves so that they can continuously grow and essentially create a very stable, growing and healthy agroeconomy. So these are the things that we are committed to, and obviously it's a passion, and more importantly, it's a passion, I think, of everyone living in whatever locale they are, because who doesn't want to eat fresh local produce that has been farmed in the same area that you are in? Nutritious, great, and of course, much better for the environment as a whole, but more importantly, much better for your health and your gut as a whole. So, how can local farming help with food security? Of course, I mean, it goes without saying, but I think it's important to note out a few things that will ensure that food security continues to be, or to be assessed or I've lost the word. I'm not very good at English, so do excuse me. But essentially what we're trying to do is we're trying to ensure that food security remains at a very high level in the UAE. And by having a demand forecasting engine, we're able to help the farmer ensure that whatever they farm is going to be needed in the time that is due for the picking or when the ripening, of course, those vegetables or fruits happen. By doing that, we make sure that the freshness, as well as the nutritional quality and the density of the nutrition of those products are always at a high level. Environmental aspects are, of course, helped because now I don't need to buy dragon fruit that comes from Asia. I can actually buy dragon fruit that comes from the UAE. And that's very true because we do have a farmer or a farming organization that has dragon fruit that is made here in the UAE. I mean, I'm sure everybody knows we have blueberries and raspberries and strawberries, but dragon fruit is something that I found out very recently. Of course, more important than that, farmers in every single country, in every single locale, are part and an integral part of the culture and community. And they play, of course, a big role for nutrition, but more importantly, ensuring that the heritage of the farming person or the farming man and woman, sorry, I got shut down for a moment. For the man and woman is constantly taught to our younger generations. If we create a sustainable and able farming community or environment for business, then the generations that follow will definitely want to be a part of it because they can see growth, they can see a future, and they can understand that by taking care of this culture and this heritage of farming, I can actually build and grow and help the next generation of children that will come out from that farming world. And of course, strengthening our local economies, it goes without saying, food security is important. If we grow it here, then we don't rely on anyone outside our locale, and therefore we can make sure that nutrition stays within ourselves as well as our children. Thank you very much. I'm a little fast. And I think everyone has apps. I was allowed to take some questions if there are any, if someone wants to challenge me, which is always wonderful. So if there are any questions, please let me know. Otherwise, I can step off the stage. Looks like it's done. Thank you very much for the introduction. I appreciate it.
Thank you for the presentation. And as usual, if you have any other questions that you think about later, please get in touch via Woover, and we can proceed from there. Well, thank you very much for your patience this afternoon. We've got to the last presentation for the session. It's around the impact of digitalization in food waste reduction and circularity in the hospitality sector. I know a very long title, but a very interesting one all the same. So Yusuf is passionate about sustainability, conserving resources, and helping everyone in making recycling habits easier. He co-founded Excyclex International Recycling with 3 recycling facilities in the UAE, as well as Reloop, a one-stop digital recycling solution that everyone can use to recycle from their companies and homes and contribute to a circulatory economy. Please welcome Yusuf to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. And since it's the last session, thanks a lot for staying here. And I hope you're still awake. I will keep the presentation short and straightforward to allow also for some questions. If anyone is interested to know more about specifics of our industry and recycling in general. Testing the presentation. Okay, perfect. So, as you probably already know from many other presentations, food waste contributes to around 30% of global greenhouse gas emissions. And if it is compared to countries, it would be the 3rd largest producer of greenhouse gas emissions. So that's why food waste is a super crucial topic to tackle. And hospitality industry is one of the key industries to start from, because all of us go to hotels, we enjoy breakfast buffets, we eat a lot outside, and the industry is yet at its early stages of solving this problem, specifically here in the region. In general, there's a lot of aspiration to move to what we call zero waste to landfill, or at least near zero waste to landfill. Here in the UAE, you have the NAMA initiative that focuses specifically on food waste and loss and aspires to help the country reduce food waste and loss by 50% by 2030. And also the Ministry of Climate Change, as well as the different municipalities across the country, also have very ambitious targets of diverting more than 75% of total waste, not only food waste, but total waste away from landfill. So everyone here today, and I think for the past year, given COP28 and the Year of Sustainability, is already aware that we need to do something. But then bridging the gap between aspiration and action is usually the difficult part, because it really highly depends on our day-to-day behavior, our day-to-day operations at home or in a business or in a hotel and so forth. Even thinking about the conference here, when we eat, do we take more than what we need and throw the rest? So these are the tiny behaviors that we really need to start tackling. And today I'll speak about how in the hospitality sector, the small daily practices can be digitalized in terms of food waste and can really help the hospitality sector in diverting more than 40% of their waste easily by just tackling food waste only. In general, we've done a massive analysis of the hotel industry in the UAE back in 2020. And we've realized that by studying more than 70 hotels, we've realized that the diversion factor of recycling away from landfill is usually averages around 8% or less, and in many cases would be just 1 or 2%. And when we dig deeper into the data and quantities, most hotels or hospitality sector focus on the easy to segregate material like cardboard and plastic bottles being one of the hot topics globally anyway, and cardboard because it is easy to segregate after receiving all the packaging material. And very surprisingly, when we come and ask about food waste, we just ask, how much do you generate food waste? And so often, more often than not, we receive a very shocking answer of, we do not generate food waste. So if you think about it, hospitality sector depends highly on food. It's one of the main services. So there was some issue on the ground, and this is speaking to people on the ground, daily operators, the stewarding team, the cleaning team. So we sense that on the ground, there is lack of awareness of food waste, how it is handled, and so forth. So we needed to move from the ground up. When we talk to management, everyone wants to do the right thing. But when it comes to practice on the ground, the awareness is very weak. So in general, what we've realized that while looking at data, there was almost no mention of food waste quantities. So with no data, as you know, there's no visibility of the problem. They don't see that food waste is a problem because the data does not reflect it. And with no data, with no visibility, no proper action is taken. So if there is no visibility, why would they care about it? In general, also, let's dig deep practically why diversion rates are so low. So in many cases, the standard waste management systems depend on what we call commingling of waste or mixing of waste with very minimal source segregation. And as I said earlier, most of the focus is segregating cardboard and sometimes plastic bottles and sometimes cooking oil. And in a commingling process, studies show that the maximum you can recover is 30%. And in many cases, it is actually zero because the more you mix waste, the more it gets contaminated, and it is virtually impossible to segregate. Imagine mixing sugar and salt. It is virtually impossible to segregate. But if you segregate them from source, it becomes super easy. In a segregated source segregation system, we can recover 98 to 100% of recycling and diverting it away from landfill. In general, these 4 points summarize some of the reasons why. There is no usually standard practice of food waste segregation. There is no mandate or standard practice. A lot of the waste disposal operations are very manual and tedious, and they have to call the operator to collect, and they have to sign a paper that the collection has been done. So a lot of the paperwork is very manual. And it is also still very much cheaper to send to the landfill. So why bother if sending to the landfill is cheaper for us? While with all these points, when we look at the numbers of how much does a hotel generate food waste, this amounts to an daily average of around 3 kilograms per day per hotel. And it amounts to a staggering 35 to 45% of their total waste. So in most cases, the focus is on the 2-3% of cardboard or plastic, but really starting from food waste is the key to solving the waste diversion problem for hotels. In general, also, in a few slides, I'll show you a real-life case study that we've done to give hope that this industry, it's not very difficult to really revamp the whole waste management food waste and really achieve a circular concept in the hospitality sector. And we've done it, and I'll explain the case study in a while. But very simply, in the hotel industry, if the focus is on these 3 categories, starting from food waste to be the core, because it is the biggest portion of waste, then cooking oil, because it's also core to the operations, then the rest of the material are very easy to segregate, being the dry recyclables, the cardboard, plastic, glass, metals, and so forth. Because the moment you mix food waste with other things, it will contaminate the whole batch for recycling. So if we prioritize food waste segregation and recycling, the rest will follow. In general, the journey is very simple. When we help the hospitality industry on the ground, we take them through a journey of analysis of their waste, providing the right segregation solutions on site, very nicely labeled, very clear, so that all the team is very well aware where to put the food waste, training the team on the ground, because as I said, most of them, because they're very busy in their other operations, they just dump everything together. But it is a very simple training session that helps the whole team be aligned with segregating food waste and recycling. Then automating the collections, automating the tracking, traceability, and then converting food waste into compost that helps the agricultural sector in the industry in the UAE, and also helps the food security agenda of the country. So through digitalization, imagine as easy as ordering food on the food applications here. Things come to your doorstep, everything is digitalized, you know what you're getting, you know the history, you know the numbers. So that is how easy it can be for different industries when it comes to managing waste. And in general, through our system, they have complete traceability. They don't need to call the drivers to collect. They don't need to wait for reports. They don't need to analyze, prepare their own data. Everything is automated and digitalized on a daily basis. So here I'll talk about a case study, a project that we've done in collaboration with the UAE Food Bank and as well as Naama over the last 2 years in Ramadan. As you know, Ramadan is everyone eats or orders extra because they feel hungry. So food waste usually increases from around 40% to 60% that month. So this initiative was aiming to move the market in one direction to find solutions together to tackle the food waste problem, especially in Ramadan. So looking at the food chain, this case study focuses on the hospitality industry. But the same learnings can be also applied to different industries. In general, as you know, we always try to start with preventing food waste in the first place, which was the topic of many other sessions. And after that, we work on donating surplus with the UAE Food Bank, Emirates Red Crescent, and so forth. Now, the thing we were focused on analyzing and studying was after that, when you cannot donate, you cannot reduce, there is still leftover food, which is the main focus of this case study. What do we do with it? And when we help these the industry, not only they are diverting from landfill, they are actually targeting in one go the support for a circular economy, the support for agricultural sector by converting food waste to compost, and by also enhancing and supporting local farmers for better food security. So part of the initiative included more than 70 hotels across the country. And in general, it started with training, putting the right guidelines, putting the right source segregation solutions, and also incentivizing in terms of reports and recognition and so forth. And we were able over 2 Ramadans to divert more than 500,000 kilograms of food waste, which, if not wasted in the first place, the hospitality industry or the participants could have saved more than 2 million dirhams in just 2 months of Ramadan. In general, looking at numbers of helping the industry, when we helped them with digitalizing the whole process, literally all they had to do after setting the system is put food waste, rather than putting it in the general waste bin, they put it in a segregated bin, and they forget about it because the whole system after that is completely digitalized. What we've realized after doing it over 2 Ramadans is, first of all, the interest in the market increased 40%. So the number of hotels participating in the initiative was really increasing year after year. And the interest for next year is also already there because they saw the importance of working together for a common goal. Other than that, does fighting food waste in this sector really work? Because so often we think about food waste, we have to maximize recycling, but also we have to cut food waste in the first place. So through providing the right data, it helped decision makers in the hotels reduce their food waste overall. And over the 2 years, not only we increased the participation, but hotels were on average reduced their total food waste by 22%, from an average of 368 kilograms per hotel per day to down to an average of 255 kilograms per hotel per day. So in general, year after year, we aim and hope to increase the participation in the industry and to show that with digitalizing the solutions, you tackle this, the issue of segregation, the issue of data collection, and making decisions based on reliable data. So some challenges we faced, and we are working together with different stakeholders from private and government entities, is that source segregation usually is not forced or mandated. So it is now, it's more of a nice to have. So we are working on putting helping in guidelines to help the industry with clear guidelines to segregate easily. Also, trainings on the ground to change the behavior is key to change these practices. Putting guidelines only is not always effective. And being part of a collective movement is also very inspiring and very engaging for all the participants. And of course, lastly, recognition and appreciation for anyone participating in these initiatives is key to drive things forward. That's it from my side. It's a case study that was very promising. It shows hope. 70 hotels participated. They increased the diversion rate by at least 20–30%. It is doable, and really all we have to do is think of the basics and how to automate them and standardize them. Thanks a lot for your time, and if there's any questions, feel free to raise your hand. Otherwise, thanks a lot for staying. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, we know this is an eminent food safety, security risk for, I think we last few days, our speakers talk about 1/3 of food getting waste. So why we need to collaborate with our regulatory body to make it as a mandate to register with, app, so we can put this as a mandate with whoever, making or generating the waste. So we can put it as a mandate to put, we need data to collect, this, to solve the issues. Then we can utilize for, recycle, as you explained before. So make it as a mandate. So like, people motivate, make awareness to the people, those who are, in the industry, to coordinate with the regulatory body and also your organization. So maybe we can solve this issue. So we can utilize this in a full, better way to ensure the sustainability. Okay?
Thank you for your comment and suggestion, and definitely that's what has been being cooked because now, sustainability and the waste sector is undergoing a lot of improvements and changes. It's a journey that all the entities we've worked with are very keen to help each other, to collaborate, and to allow for better, guidance for the market. So it is coming slowly, but change takes time. And really, the last 2 years, things accelerated a lot. So as I said, even as early as January 2022, most hotels we spoke to gave us the answer that on the ground, at least, we don't generate food waste. But today, more than 100 hotels are already thinking how to implement these solutions. So it takes a few years to change a whole sector. And with the Ni'ma initiative and with Dubai Municipality, UAE Food Bank, so everyone is collaborating to reach a level in which this becomes the norm in our daily life. Any other questions? Thank you very much for staying this long, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Yusuf. Before you run away, I have one more question for you. One more question. So in the last 3-4 days, there's been a lot of discussion on food safety, food quality, but majority of the people have also been talking about the waste and what do we do about we generate a lot of waste. You said 30% of the waste we generate is not used. Is there anything else we can do apart from just talking about it? Because a lot of people just talk and we don't do anything.
So definitely, I think the first thing is preventing in the first place. So a lot of things on prevention, at least let me focus on the hospitality sector, which each one of us definitely stays a hotel or goes to a restaurant. So implementing behavior change nudges in restaurants. Putting lesser portions, changing buffets to set menus, these kind of things practically reduce food waste a lot. Because when we go and we have a buffet, most people end up eating or taking more food than what they need. And other than prevention in the first place, secondly, we can any hotel, restaurant we can build a system of donations. And UAE Food Bank, as well as Emirates Red Crescent, already they have systems in place to donate any edible food rather than throwing it. And lastly, of course, anything that cannot be prevented or donated, you can easily connect to us or other recyclers in the industry to divert it away from the landfill to useful resources. So compost and soil is what we call the brown gold, because we live in a desert and we can really convert our food waste to make our desert a very good agricultural land. And we've succeeded also with partnerships with farming industry to really grow organic food, organic produce using compost from food waste. So a lot can be done. It is just a question of putting it on the high level, the agenda. So that was one of my points, that the hospitality sector, in terms of waste, need to put food first and then think of everything else, because everything else fall in places. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yusuf. All our presenters from the sessions earlier are still here, so if anyone has any questions for either of the presenters, you're more than welcome to ask any of them. They're all quite here. Well, I guess there's no more questions. That brings us to the close of this session. Have a good rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
We'll just take 5 minutes to settle down for the closing ceremony. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the last part of the conference. I can't believe it that it's the 18th time I'm getting on stage on the last day. It's been an amazing event, and we had close to 2,600 attendees over the last 3 days, just as delegates and plus visitors. We still have not got the final number, but we can see that we have more than people from more than 80 countries attending this event. It's a number that has far exceeded our previous number, which is around 72. So really happy to see that we're able to attract people from all around the world, come, attend, learn, and engage with the team. And the best part of the conference is not just, it's not just that we see people in the halls listening, but we also see people networking, talking to each other, engaging with the speakers, both online and offline. And what we want to see is all of you continuing these connections, taking this beyond these conference halls into your work and transforming what you're doing for food safety, sustainability, and security. We started the mission this year talking about food sustainability, and we also and the overall interest in food systems enhancement. Food safety was probably the smallest component in our opening ceremony. And in last 2 days, we had so many discussions on food safety where we say that food safety is a prerequisite for everything else to be steady, right? I mean, you can be food secure, and without food safety, you're not really helping people. You need to make sure that whatever we feed, it must be always, so food safety here is taken for granted. It must be taken for granted, and it should be in a way that we should trust it all the time. So we've been able to kind of reinforce the learning that we've had on various aspects of food safety, and we were also able to explore new areas. We saw data science, we saw technology use, we saw new rapid testing methods. We also saw how human behavior can be modified to get better food safety outcomes. There were a lot of discussions, there were a lot of workshops and parallel sessions. We still have 2 more days of discussions to go. Tomorrow we have got a few workshops going on, and the day after we have an online session, a webinar also happening, but these are side events usually. But officially this conference is ending today with this closing ceremony. I would like to invite Mr. Sultan Al Tahir to come on stage, and would you like to say a few words?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Everything is, when you started, it should be end. So today is the last day for the conference, but I hope by today everyone who are participating in this conference become to take in good knowledge, good information, good gathering, good networks with all people globally. This conference is one of the biggest in the world, and the number of participation are increasing year by year, and number of exhibitors, number of speakers, number of scientific posters are increased. So this is mean that we are in the right way, and this succeed happen because our top management have give good instruction about my teams for the department and the team also with me in the organizing committee, and also the people who are participating, they are give us good feedback that we are in the right track and succeed this tournament. I'm thinking of chess always. Of the conference. So anyway, thank you everyone who participate. Thank you my colleague. Thank you my team in the food safety department and in the organizing committee. And I hope everyone enjoy and have a fun and have a good time in this tournament. Tournament. In the conference, yes, and inshallah, everyone who are here go home safely, and who are here have spending a nice time in this big conference with good networking. And inshallah, we'll see you in 2024 with a new initiative, new topic, new themes. And by this time, I can say the Food Safety Conference is close. Thank you very much.
I need to introduce him not only as the chairperson of the conference and director of the Food Safety Department, but also as an international chess referee. So he's an Olympics chess referee and also president of the Association for Chess in UAE. So that answers or explains the tournament part of it. Right, so this conference would not have been possible with all of you, of course, and also, people who have supported and helped us by financing this as sponsors, and also people who have helped us organize these events, taking their time out to curate programs, create contents, and also to make sure that logistics and outreach as such has been done properly. So I would like to call our sponsors first and present them with a small token of appreciation. I'm going to call one by one. I would request the sponsor representative to come on stage, collect the memento, and get back. First, I would like to invite our platinum sponsors, Lulu Group of Companies. Can I have a representative come on stage? Spinneys. Do you have a representative from Spinneys here? Sharon? Yep.
She's coming.
Somebody on the stage just to go We'll call the speakers.
The speakers are all of them only?
Some of them.
Some people are still coming. It's all
Yeah. We just have one.
We thought it was a tournament, so we brought a team.
I didn't give you fine to... I didn't give you fine to kill me.
PepsiCo, can I have Susan on stage? Thanks. It's you. Coca-Cola. Do you have Mustafa here? Oh, Coca-Cola. Ahmed Nashid? No? Okay. ADNH Compass. IFCO, Mars. Is there anyone from Mars? Not from Earth? Thank you very much. Nestle? Look at this side. Hassani Group of Companies. Meat and Livestock Australia. Australia. Do you have someone from MLA? No. Did I miss someone? Nope. McDonald's. We also have a few supporters of the event. I'd like to invite Choit Rams. Smita, thank you for sponsoring the app. Made our lives so easy, so we didn't have to print out anything. And Barakat. Where are our partners? No. No. We'd also like to welcome thank our scientific supporters, mainly IAFP. I know I can see Julie there and Lisa. Could you please come forward? Redden. We also got great support from UNIDO, and I think we don't have anyone from UNIDO. Marlene, do you want to represent UNIDO? And she's busy. Marlene? Marlene? Do you want to take the moment on behalf of UNIDO? Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Marlon. I was trying to reach. All right. So next is what we call as our backbone, the organizing team. Like when you look at this conference, I don't know whether you really know that this conference is run by the Food Safety Department of Dubai Municipality, and it's who you see in green t-shirts or blue uniforms are all our inspectors. So they do their day job in the Food Safety Department, and then they take their time out to support the conference. So people who came to collect you at the, speakers would recollect the inspectors who came to you at the hotel. People are ushering you, people are moving you in the restaurant area, dining area, people who are managing the halls, all of them are from our food inspection team. And we also have partners who have helped us to curate the program. And I just want to start by thanking Rula and Meera, if you could come forward as a token of appreciation. One there, two there. One more. Mohammed Hamza from USDA, US office, Mr. Mohammed Hamza, a long-time partner. Thanks for all your support, for getting the sessions organized, supporting with speakers. Next, I would like to invite all the speakers to come forward. We're going to take a photo on stage along with the organizing team. So stand up if you have been a part of the organizing team of the conference. The organizing team. All of you who have chaired sessions, Nicholas, please come forward. I could see you laughing. Speakers and organizers. Sindhu, come forward, please. Mylene. Okay. Susan, please come. Thank you. Ahmed Nasheed. Okay, Ahmed Nasheed. Can you spot people I've missed? I can't see things from the stage. Speakers and organizers, please come forward. I know for speakers, it's been a very painful affair communicating with us, thousands of emails. I'll probably share the. So the organizer bit is something that, it's very close to our heart. It's very hard to separate the food safety department from the conference. So all of us who work here, like last 1 week, half of the food safety department is here, and then the other half is covering for us. So if you're wondering what happens to food safety, thanks to the industry, thanks to the business, we don't have to police around to make food safe. But the thing is that, yes, our colleagues are also helping us from the other side, making sure that nothing goes wrong. We were busy with the COP28, making sure events are safe. And also, so many hundreds of events are happening in Dubai during this week and in the coming months. It's our busiest time. So a lot of our inspection team is also engaged in our routine activities, and I would like to thank them on behalf of the Food Safety Department and on behalf of the organizing team for allowing us to be here, focusing on this conference while the inspections are held without any trouble. Right. So that marks the official end of the conference. I want to finish off by asking this question: How many of you here have attended all editions of the conference? Just stand up if you have attended all editions of this conference. From 1 to 18, in fact. Zubair, Bashir, Ahmed, Abdul Sattar, good to see you. And then Abdul Aziz. 18 editions. Ravi's here? Okay. So that's around 10 people, including me, who have attended 18. How many of you done like 17? Just missed one? 17? You missed one, Sultan? He was in Australia studying. 15 or more? 17? 10 or more? Just raise, okay, stand up if you've done 10 or more. 5 or more? Okay. Stand up if you're going to come back next year. Sultan, you're not coming back next year. Stand up if you're coming back next year. Thank you so much, folks. Thank you for the support. What we want to do is to continue this support from all of you. Let us know what you like. Let us know what. Please sit down. Just wake you up. Please help us. Make this conference better. Get in your suggestions. We've got the application. Let us know what sessions you liked, what sessions you want to improve. So you got the comment box in the application. Let us know what your thoughts are. And if there are topics and proposals that you want to do, please make sure that you suggest it when you do the survey for the conference. And for certificates, once you complete the survey, we will be issuing the certificates online. So all of you would be getting your digital certificates. If you want additional certificate of participation, do let us know. With this note, thank you and wish you a happy new year 2024. And we hope that we can all work together, continue our partnership, and make this world a better place, safer, sustainable, always. Thank you. Thank you.